Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's stream. I'm guessing probably everyone here knows who we are, but for anyone who might not, we are Vlosophy, an indie group of 3 philosopher VTubers. I am Axaeon, a philosopher VTuber from beyond the stars and emptiness. And would you, my 2 esteemed colleagues... Oh, actually, I forgot I had already had this load. Okay, I was going to load these assets in later, but it's okay. See, now you all can see us a little bit more clearly. Would you, my 2 esteemed colleagues, like to introduce yourselves?
Okay, who's going first?
That's us. Hello, I'm Karis Super. Hello, I'm Karis Supernor, the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, and I have forgotten to paste this link in my Discord, so I'm going to do that right now.
What, the link to the stream?
Yes, sorry.
Leon took care of that for you, man.
Yeah, I know, but I gotta do the ping as well, right? There's like a whole ritual. Sorry, what about you? Who are you?
Me, I am Tia Fair, idol philosopher and justice incarnate. And I am also still having chronic pain today. I am hopped up on pain meds, so if I am not my usual self, you know why. I am.
So
Which
what you're saying is you're committing to character.
Yeah, I am sick IRL as well.
Great, fantastic.
It's enforced method acting.
Wow, you cannot beat that commitment. Well, I will tell you, chat, today we are doing something new for Vlosophy. That's right. A first ever dramatic reading of a philosophical dialogue. Specifically, John Perry's A Dialogue on Personal Identity and Immortality. So that is the dialogue we'll be reading today. One thing that we should mention about this dialogue before we begin is that when we speak of personal identity here, it is not in the usual sense of that term. So, for example, people will often say things like, oh, my identity is that I'm a gamer, or, oh, I'm a sports fan. Like, that's my personal identity. That's not really the sense in which we're using it in this dialogue. It's not about which culture one identifies with or anything like that. Rather, the sense of personal identity that this dialogue will be about is the sense relevant to metaphysics. In particular, under what conditions is some person A the same entity as some person B? For instance, if you permanently lose all your memories, will you continue to exist? Or will there just be a different person, a different entity where you once were? Another example would be like if you die, but then someone produces a clone of you with precisely the same brain configuration as your brain at the time of your death. Would the clone be you, or would it just be another person maximally similar to you? These are the questions of personal identity when it comes to metaphysics. And of course, these questions of personal identity in this sense are deeply relevant to questions about whether there is such a thing as life after death. It is by knowing the conditions that make someone at a later time be the same entity as a person from an earlier time, we'll be in a better position to judge whether those conditions could be met before and after someone's death. Hence, this dialogue considers both issues of personal identity and immortality and life after death. So that is the kind of brief conceptual backdrop of the dialogue that we'll be reading today. Here in the top right of the screen, you should be able to see it now, and I'll just briefly read the intro at the start. There's some sort of stage directions to sort of set the scene. So the dialogue begins with this note. This is a record of conversations of Gretchen Wirob, a teacher of philosophy at a small Midwestern college, and 2 of her friends. The conversations took place in her hospital room on the 3 nights before she died from injuries sustained in a motorcycle accident. Sam Miller is a chaplain and a longtime friend of Wirob's. Dave Cohen is a former student of hers. Now, I will be playing Sam Miller, the chaplain, so hence the the little hat here. Tia, to my Tia on screen left, to my right, will be playing Gretchen Weerob.
Yeah,
so hence,
I'm gonna be playing. I'm gonna be playing Gretchen Virov. This play has like 3 characters in it. And there's 3 VTubers here. I'm playing Gretchen, and Gretchen's deal is that she went. She likes riding motorcycles, and one day she went like vroom vroom too hard, and she got an owie, and now she's in the hospital.
That is just a beautiful summary. And Karis, last but not least, will be playing Dave Cohen. So that is, in brief, our situation. Oh, one thing I should note, chat, about the character that Karis will be playing is that he does speak the first line in the text. After that, Dave Cohen does not have much of a role until about halfway through. So if it starts to seem that Dave Cohen has been lost by the play, that he's been skipped over, don't worry, he will come back, but most of his role will be kind of from the second half on.
Dave Cohen will return. Dave Cohen is a former student of Wereb, who is Tia's character, and hence I think he's kind of just like stun locked by the high level sakuga that's going on in between the 2 mighty philosophers in front of him, and he kind of just like for 17 pages he just doesn't know what to do. That's what's going on.
Oh, happens to the best of us.
Wait, Ax, I have a request. Can you perhaps move the oxygen mask and or reduce its opacity so that it's no longer covering me / poking me in the eye?
Oh. Oh, yes, an excellent suggestion.
Doctor,
why did I not think of it? How about, is that better?
Yeah, it looks to be better. Now I can actually inhale from it.
Perfect. We are back in business then. Also, chat, this dialogue, as you'll have already noticed, is divided into chapters that are called nights. So this first one here called the first night. There are 3 of these. 3 chapters, 3 nights. We'll be pausing after each one to discuss our thoughts on the arguments and positions that have come up. So there'll be little breaks in between the dramatic reading to sort of talk more of our thoughts on the philosophy of it. But I believe that's about all I have for preliminaries, at least. Karis and Tia, was there anything you wanted to add before we begin?
We got a comment in chat from Loddle saying Karis sounds quite low. I think he sounds like okay for me,
Hello.
but
Hello.
do I sound low? Like does
It's me, Dave Cohen.
I think so. It's coming from the same audio source. It's just, of course, the Discord call of that conversation. It does show up as being a bit quieter when you speak, Karis. It might just be a matter of different. Sorry, what were you saying?
Maybe you could pull my Discord slider up a bit.
Well,
we can't. Ax just explain why we can't do that.
It's the same slider.
Like in the app, in the app.
In the app. Let's see.
In the voice call, yeah. Like you can right-click my thing and then drag the user volume.
Okay.
Isn't it the same for everyone by default?
By default, it's at 100, but you can go from like 0 to 200. So maybe that's something we can. That's like a meter we can adjust.
Okay. How about now? Say something now, Karis.
Hello, I'm David Cohen. Dave Cohen reporting in. What other iconic Dave Cohen lines are there?
I think we might have fixed it. That suggestion that you all had was quite good, because now in chat can tell us if it's any better, but I think that now it should be at least a little bit better, a little bit more even.
I also have to say that I'm sorry. My Cohen's absence from the script is forethought and planned, but I'm gonna disappear for a little bit actually. But I'll be back fairly soon.
So it all works out. All right, everyone. What do you say? Are we ready to begin?
I feel pretty ready.
Okay. So actually, maybe I'm going to try to move my hat and myself so that I'm slightly less in the way of the text. All right.
Yeah, scoot closer to me, Ax.
Don't worry, Karis, I'm
Personal
still here
distance.
for you.
Hold on. We're in a hospital. We're in a hospital here. Okay, there are procedures.
All right, but I think that should. I don't want to make the PDF window too small. I want to make sure people can still see the text, but this is probably the best compromise that we have for now. Okay, everyone, here we go. Get ready. Should be good. The first night.
Hello?
Sorry, I thought you were gonna read the narration.
We did.
Oh, well, I read it earlier. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Professor, I can hardly believe what you say, Gretchen. You're lucid and do not appear to be in great pain, and yet you say things are hopeless.
These devices can keep me alive for another day or two at most. Some of my vital organs have been injured beyond anything the doctors know how to repair, apart from certain rather radical measures I have rejected. I am not in much pain, but as I understand it, that is not a particularly good sign. My brain was uninjured, and I guess that's why I am as lucid as I ever am. The whole situation is a bit depressing, I fear. But here's Sam Miller. Perhaps he will know how to cheer me up.
Good evening, Gretchen. Hello, Dave. I guess there's not much point in beating around the bush, Gretchen. The medics tell me you're a goner. Is there anything I can do to help?
Eminently, Sam. You deal with the dying every day. Don't you have anything more comforting to say than sorry to hear you're a goner?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm a little at a loss for what to say to you. Most people I deal with are believers like I am. We talk of the prospects for survival. I give assurance that God, who is just and merciful, would not permit such a travesty as that our short life on this earth should be the end of things. But you and I have talked about religious and philosophical issues for years. I have never been able to find in you the least inclination to believe in God. Indeed, it's a rare day when you are sure that your friends have minds, or that you can see your own hand in front of your face, or that there is any reason to believe that the sun will rise tomorrow. How can I hope to comfort you with the prospect of life after death, when I know you will regard it as having no probability whatsoever?
I would not require so much to be comforted, Sam. Even the possibility of something quite improbable can be comforting in certain situations. When we used to play tennis, I beat you no more than 1 time in 20, but this was enough to establish the possibility of beating you on any given occasion, and by focusing merely on the possibility, I remained eager to play. Entombed in a secure prison, thinking our situation quite hopeless, we may find unutterable joy in the information that there is, after all, the slimmest possibility of escape. Hope provides comfort, and hope does not always require probability. But we must believe that what we hope for is at least possible. So I will set an easier task for you. Simply persuade me that my survival after the death of this body is possible, and I promise to be comforted. Whether you succeed or not, your attempts will be a diversion, for you know I like to talk philosophy more than anything else.
But what is possibility, if not reasonable probability?
I do not mean possible in the sense of likely, or even in the sense of conforming to the known laws of physics or biology. I mean possible only in the weakest sense of being conceivable, given the unavoidable facts. Within the next couple of days, this body will die. It'll be buried, and it will rot away. I ask that, given these facts, you explain to me how it even makes sense to talk of me continuing to exist. Just explain to me what it is I am to imagine when I imagine surviving that is consistent with these facts, and I shall be comforted.
But then what is there to do? There are many conceptions of immortality, of survival past the grave, which all seem to make good sense. Surely not the possibility, but only the probability can be doubted. Take your choice. Christians believe in life with a body and some hereafter. The details vary, of course, from sect to sect. There is the Greek idea of the body as a prison from which we escape at death, so that we have continued life without a body. Then there are conceptions in which, so to speak, we merge with the flow of being.
I must cut short your lesson in comparative religion. Survival means surviving, no more, no less. I have no doubts that I shall merge with being. Plants will take root in my remains, and the chemicals that I am will continue to make their contribution to life. I am enough of an ecologist to be comforted. But survival, if it is anything, must offer comforts of a different sort, the comforts of anticipation. Survival means that tomorrow, or sometime in the future, there will be someone who will experience, who will see and touch and smell, or at the very least think and reason and remember, and this person will be me. This person will be related to me in such a way that it is correct for me to anticipate, to look forward to those future experiences. And I am related to her in such a way that it will be right for her to remember what I have thought and done, to feel remorse for what I have done wrong, and pride in what I have done right. And the only relation that supports anticipation and memory in this way is simply identity. For it is never correct to anticipate as happening to oneself what will happen to someone else, is it? Or to remember as one's own thoughts and deeds what someone else did. So don't give me merger with being or some such nonsense. Give me identity, or let's talk about baseball or fishing. But I'm sorry to get so emotional. I react strongly when words mean one thing, are used for another. When one talks about survival but does not mean to say that the same person will continue to exist. It's such a sham.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to stay in touch with the times, if you want to know the truth. For when I read modern theology or talk to my students who have studied Eastern religions, the notion of survival simply as continued existence of the same person seems out of date. Merger with being, that's all I hear. My own beliefs are quite simple, if somewhat vague. I think you will live again. With or without a body, I don't know. I draw comfort from my belief that you and I will be together again after I also die. We will communicate somehow. We will continue to grow spiritually. That's what I believe, as surely as I believe that I am sitting here. For I don't know how God could be excused if this small sample of life is all that we are allotted. I don't know why he should have created us if these few years of toil and torment are the end of it.
Remember our deal, Sam. You don't have to convince me that survival is probable, for we both agree you would not get to first base. You have only to convince me that it is possible. The only condition is that it be real survival we're talking about, not some up-to-date AirSat survival, which simply amounts to what any ordinary person would call totally ceasing to exist.
I guess I just missed the problem then. Of course, it's possible. You just continue to exist after your body dies. What's to be defended or explained? You want details? Okay. Two people meet 1,000 years from now in a place that may or may not be part of this physical universe. I am one, and you are the other. So you must have survived. Surely you can imagine that. What else is there to say?
But in a few days, I will quit breathing. I will be put into a coffin. I will be buried. And in a few months or a few years, I will be reduced to so much humus that I take it is obvious, is given. How then can you say that I am one of these persons 1,000 years from now? Suppose I took this box of Kleenex and lit fire to it. It is reduced to ashes, and I smash the ashes and flush them down the John. Then I say to you, go home, and on the shelf will be that very box of Kleenex. It has survived. Be absurd. What sense could you make of it? And yet that is just what you say to me. I will rot away, and then 1,000 years later, there I will be. What sense does that make?
There could be an identical box of Kleenex at your home, one just like it in every respect. And in this sense, there is no difficulty in there being someone identical to you in the hereafter, though your body has rotted away.
You are playing with words again. There could be an exactly similar box of Kleenex on my shelf. We sometimes use identical to mean exactly similar, as when we speak of identical twins. But I am using identical in a way in which identity is the condition of memory and correct anticipation. If I am told that tomorrow, though I will be dead, someone else that looks and sounds and thinks just like me will be alive, would that be comforting? Could I correctly anticipate having her experiences? Would it make sense for me to fear her pains and look forward to her pleasures? Would it be right for her to feel remorse at the harsh way I am treating you? Of course not. Similarity, however exact, is not identity. I use identity to mean there is but one thing. If I am to survive, there must be one person who lies in this bed now and who talks to someone in your hereafter 10 or 1,000 years from now. After all, what comfort could there be in the notion of a heavenly impostor walking around getting credit for the few good things I have done?
I'm sorry. I see that I was simply confused. Here is what I should have said. If you were merely a live human body, as the Kleenex box is merely cardboard and glue in a certain arrangement, then the death of your body would be the end of you. But surely you are more than that. Fundamentally more than that. What is fundamentally you is not your body, but your soul, or self, or mind.
Do you mean these words, soul, self, or mind, to come to the same thing?
Perhaps distinctions could be made, but I shall not pursue them now. I mean the non-physical and non-material aspects of you, your consciousness. It is this that I get at with these words, and I don't think any further distinction is relevant.
Consciousness? I am conscious, for a while yet. I see, I hear, I think, I remember. But to be conscious, that is a verb. What is the subject of the verb, the thing which is conscious? Isn't it just this body, the same object that is overweight, injured, and lying in bed, and which will be buried and not be conscious in a day or week at the most?
As you are a philosopher, I would expect you to be less muddled about these issues. Did Descartes not draw a clear distinction between the body and the mind? Between that which is overweight and that which is conscious? Your mind or soul is immaterial, lodged in your body while you are on earth. The two are intimately related, but not identical. Now clearly, what concerns us in survival is your mind or soul. It is this which must be identical to the person before me now, and to the one I expect to see in 1,000 years in heaven.
So, I am not really this body, but a soul or mind or spirit, and this soul cannot be seen or felt or touched or smelt. That is implied, I take it, by the fact that it is immaterial.
That's right. Your soul sees and smells, but cannot be seen or smelt.
Let me see if I understand you. You would admit that I am the very same person with whom you had lunch with last week at Dorsey's?
Of course you are.
Now, when you say I'm the same person, if I understand you, that is not a remark about this body you see and could touch, and I fear can smell. Rather, it is a remark about a soul, which you cannot see or touch or smell. The fact that the same body that now lies in front of you on the bed was across the table from you at Dorsey's, that would not mean that the same person was present on both occasions, if the same soul were not. And if, through some strange turn of events, the same soul were present on both occasions, but lodged in different bodies, then it would be the same person. Is that right?
You have understood me perfectly, but surely you understood all of this before.
But wait, I can repeat it, but I'm not sure I understand it. If you cannot see or touch or in any way perceive my soul, what makes you think the one you are confronted with now is the very same soul you were confronted with at Dorsey's?
But I just explained. To say it is the same soul and to say it is the same person are the same. And, of course, you are the same person you were before. Who else would you be if not yourself? You were Gretchen Werob, and you are Gretchen Werob.
But how do you know you were talking to Gretchen Vierrob at all and not someone else, say Barbara Walters or even Mark Spitz?
Well, it's just obvious. I can see who I am talking to.
But all you can see is my body. You can see perhaps that the same body before you now, that was before you last week at Dorsey's. But you've just said that Gretchen Vierrob is not a body, but a soul. In judging that the same person is before you now as was before you then, you must be making a judgment about souls, which you said cannot be seen or touched or smelt or tasted. And so I repeat, how do you know?
Well, I can see that it is the same body before me now that was across the table at Dorsey's. And I know that the same soul is connected with the body now that was connected with it before. That's how I know it's you. I see no difficulty in the matter.
You reason on the principle, same body, same self.
Yes.
And would you reason conversely also? If there were in this bed Barbara Walters' body, that is the body you see every night on the news, would you infer that it was not me, Gretchen Vierrob, in the bed?
Of course I would. How would you have come by Barbara Walters' body?
But then merely extend this principle to heaven, and you will see that your conception of survival is without sense. Surely this very body, which will be buried, and as I must so often repeat, rot away, will not be in your hereafter. Different body, different person. Or do you claim that a body can rot away on earth and then still wind up somewhere else? Must I bring up the Kleenex box again?
No, I do not claim that. But I also do not extend a principle found reliable on Earth to such a different situation as is represented by the hereafter. That a correlation between bodies and souls has been found on Earth does not make it inconceivable or impossible that they should separate. Principles found to work in one circumstance may not be assumed to work in vastly altered circumstances. January and snow go together here, and one would be a fool to expect otherwise. But the principle does not apply in Southern California.
So the principle, same body, same soul. So the principle, same.
Oh, are you hearing an echo? Oh, are you hearing an echo?
Correct.
Oh, I'm gonna test it now. I wonder what could be causing that.
Sorry, we're having difficulties.
Okay. I tell you what. If I start the Discord call, maybe that'll fix it.
Okay.
All right, no worries, chat. We're on top of it. We're just gonna restart the Discord call here.
Hello.
Okay, how about now?
You're still echoing. No, it's still happening.
Oh. Okay. But it's not happening once I join the Oh, actually, wait, I think I might be able to fix it. Okay. I just have to go to advanced audio properties, Discord, monitor and output, desktop audio, monitor off. Okay. All right, chat. Oh, now it's still doing it. X sounds good. Okay. Still hearing the echo. Though. Okay, how about now? Oh. Tell you what, chat. We're gonna just take a quick break. We'll see you all in just a second. And we're back. Hopefully it's working now.
I have defeated Tia's evil clone, and I think right now we should be good again.
You mean the issue was most likely caused by your being away in the first place?
Well, I was dealing with mystical forces. I had to take care of them, but I'm back now, and I've also destroyed the current one that was somehow duplicating and emulating your beautiful voice. And how could we let that happen? An imposter. And so I just really quickly dispatched of it, and then now we've returned in the hospital environment.
You've
I have
saved
no
us
idea
all,
what you're
Karis.
talking about.
Let's continue. Let's continue.
So the principle, same body, same soul, is a well-confirmed regularity, not something you know a priori.
By a priori, your philosophers mean something which can be known without observing what actually goes on in the world, as I can know that 2 + 2 = 4 just by thinking about numbers, and that no bachelors are married just by thinking about the meaning of bachelor?
Yes.
Then you are right. If it was part of the meaning of same body, that wherever we have the same body, we have the same soul, it would have to obtain universally, in heaven as well as on earth. But I just claim it is a generalization we know by observation on earth, and it need not automatically extend to heaven.
But where do you get this principle? It simply amounts to a correlation between being confronted with the same body and being confronted with the same soul. To establish such a correlation in the first place, surely one must have some other means of judging sameness of soul. You do not have such a means. Your principle is without foundation. Either you really do not know the person before you now is Gretchen Virov, the very same person you lunched with at Dorsey's, or what you do know has nothing to do with sameness of some immaterial soul.
Hold on. You know I can't follow you when you start spitting out arguments like that. Now, what is this terrible fallacy I'm supposed to have committed?
I'm sorry. I got carried away. Here, by way of a peace offering, have one of the chocolates Dave brought.
Very tasty, thank you.
Now, why did you choose that one?
Because it had a certain swirl on the top which shows that it is a caramel.
That is, a certain sort of swirl is correlated with a certain type of filling. The swirls with caramel, the rosettes with orange, and so forth.
Yes, when you put it that way, I see an analogy. Just as I judged that the filling would be the same in this piece as in the last piece I ate with such a swirl, so I judge that the soul with which I am conversing is the same as the last soul versed when sitting across from that, the outer wrapping, the outer wrapping, and infer what is inside.
But how did you come to realize that swirls of that sort and caramel insides were so associated?
Why, from eating a great many of them over the years. Whenever I bit into a candy with that sort of swirl, it was filled with caramel.
Could you have established the correlation had you never been allowed to bite into a candy and never seen what happened when someone else bit into one? You could have formed the hypothesis, same swirl, same filling, but could you have ever established it?
It seems not.
So your inference in a particular case to the identity of filling from the identity of swirl would be groundless?
Yes, it would. I think I see what is coming.
I'm sure you do, since you can never, so to speak, bite into my soul, can never see or touch it. You have no way of testing your hypothesis that sameness of body means sameness of self.
I dare say you are right. But now I'm a bit lost. What is supposed to follow from all this?
As you claim, identity of persons consisted in identity of immaterial, unobservable souls, then judgments of personal identity of the sort we make every day whenever we greet a friend or avoid a pest are really judgments about such souls.
Right.
But if such judgments were really about souls, they would all be groundless and without foundation, for we have no direct method of observing sameness of soul, and so, and this is the point made by the candy example, we can have no indirect method either.
That seems fair.
But our judgments about persons are not all simply groundless and silly, so we must not be judging of immaterial souls after all.
Your reasoning has some force, but I suspect the problem lies in my defense of my position and not the position itself. Look here, there is a way to test the hypothesis of a correlation after all. When I entered the room, I expected you to react just as you did, argumentatively and skeptically. Had the person with this body reacted completely differently, perhaps I would have been forced to conclude it was not you. For example, had she complained about not being able to appear on the 6 o'clock news, and missing Harry Reasoner, and so forth, I might eventually have been persuaded it was Barbara Walters and not you. Similarity of psychological characteristics, a person's attitudes, beliefs, memories, prejudices, and the like, is observable. These are correlated with identity of body on the one side, and of course with sameness of soul on the other. So the correlation between body and soul can be established after all by this intermediate link.
And how do you know that?
Know what?
That where we have sameness of psychological characteristics, we have sameness of soul?
Well, now you are really just being silly. The soul or mind is just that which is responsible for one's character, memory, belief. These are aspects of the mind, just as one's height, weight, and appearance are aspects of the body.
Let me grant, for the sake of argument, that belief, character, memory, and so forth are states of mind. That is, I suppose, I grant that what one thinks and feels is due to the states one's mind is in at that time. And I shall even grant that a mind is an immaterial thing, though I harbor the gravest doubts that this is so. I do not see how it follows that similarity of such traits requires or is evidence to the slightest degree for identity of the mind or soul. Let me explain my point with an analogy. If we were to walk out of this room, down past the mill, and out towards Wilbur, what would we see?
We would come to the Blue River, among other things.
And how would you recognize the Blue River? I mean, of course, if you left from here, you would scarcely expect to hit the Platte or Niobrara. But suppose you were actually lost and came across the Blue River in your wandering, just at that point where an old dam partly blocks the flow. Couldn't you recognize it? Out of character moment here. Apparently the chat overlay is frozen. Ax, would you mind just clicking the refresh button?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks, I noticed. Yeah, this has been an issue apparently in chats. They've had this kind of issue, but anyway, yeah, I should be able to fix it here. I'm just going to repaste in the URL. Okay, there we go. Yeah, thanks, Tia.
Yeah, since we were coming to a page, the between pages, I thought I pointed out. Yeah, couldn't you recognize it?
Yes, I'm sure as soon as I saw that part of the river, I would again know where I was.
And how would you recognize it?
Well, the turgid brownness of the water, the sluggish flow, the filth washed up on the banks, and such.
In a word, the states of the water which makes up the river at the time you see it.
Right.
If you saw blue, clean water with bass jumping, you would know it wasn't the Blue River.
Of course.
So you expect, each time you see the blue, to see the water which makes it up in similar states. Not always exactly the same, for sometimes it's a little dirtier, but by and large similar.
Yes, but what do you intend to make of this?
Each time you see the blue, it consists of different water. The water that was in it a month ago may be in Tuttle Creek Reservoir, or in the Mississippi, or in the Gulf of Mexico by now. So the similarity of states of water by which you judge the sameness of river does not require identity of the water, which is in those states at these various times.
And
so, just because you judge as to personal identity by reference to similarity of states of mind, it does not follow that the mind or soul is the same in each case. My point is this. For all you know, the immaterial soul which you think is lodged in my body might change from day to day, from hour to hour, from minute to minute, replaced each time by another soul psychologically similar. You cannot see or touch it, so how would you know?
Are you saying I don't really know who you are?
Not at all. You are the one who says personal identity consists in sameness of this immaterial, unobservable, invisible, untouchable soul. I merely point out that if it did consist in that, you would have no idea who I am. Sameness of body would not necessarily mean sameness of person. Sameness of psychological characteristics would not necessarily mean sameness of person. I am saying that if you do know who I am, then you are wrong that personal identity consists in sameness of immaterial soul.
I see. But wait, I believe my problem is that I simply forgot a main tenet of my theory. The correlation can be established in my own case. I know that my soul and my body are intimately and consistently found together. From this one case, I can generalize, at least as concerns life in this world, that sameness of body is a reliable sign of sameness of soul. This leaves me free to regard it as intelligible in the case of death that the link between the particular soul and the particular body it has been joined with is broken.
This would be quite an extrapolation, wouldn't it? From one case directly observed to a couple of billion in which only the body is observed. For I take it that we are in the habit of assuming for every person now on Earth, as well as those who have already come and gone, that the principle, one body, one soul, is in effect.
This does not seem an insurmountable obstacle. Since there is nothing special about my case, I assume the arrangement I find in it applies universally until given some reason to believe otherwise. And I never have been.
Let's let that pass. I have another problem that is more serious. How is it that you know in your own case that there is a single soul which has been so consistently connected with your body?
Now you really cannot be serious, Gretchen. How can I doubt that I am the same person I was? Is there anything more clear and distinct, less susceptible to doubt? How do you expect me to prove anything to you when you are capable of denying my own continued existence from second to second? Without knowledge of our own identity, everything we think and do would be senseless. How could I think if I did not suppose that the person who begins my thought is the one who completes it? When I act, do I not assume that the person who forms the intention is the very one who performs the action?
I grant you that a single person has been associated with your body since you were born. The question is whether one immaterial soul has been so associated, or more precisely, whether you are in a position to know it. You believe that a judgment that one and the same person has had your body all these many years is a judgment that one and the same immaterial soul has been lodged in it. I say that such judgments concerning the soul are totally mysterious, and that if our knowledge of sameness of persons consisted in knowledge of sameness of immaterial soul, it too would be totally mysterious. To point out, as you do, that it is not mysterious, but perhaps the most secure knowledge we have, the foundation of all reason and action, is simply to make the point that it cannot consist of knowledge of identity of an immaterial soul.
You have simply asserted, and not established, that my judgment that a single soul has been lodged in my body these many years is mysterious.
Well, consider these possibilities. One is that a single soul, one and the same, has been with this body I call mine since it was born. The other is that one soul was associated with it until 5 years ago, and then another, psychologically similar, inheriting all the old memories and beliefs took over. A third hypothesis is that every 5 years a new soul takes over. A fourth is that every 5 minutes a new soul takes over. The most radical is that there is a constant flow of souls through this body, each psychologically similar to the preceding, as there is a constant flow of water molecules down the blue. What evidence do I have that the first hypothesis, the single soul hypothesis, is true and not one of the others? Because I am the same person I was 5 minutes or 5 years ago? But the issue in question is simply whether from sameness of person, which isn't in doubt, we can infer sameness of soul. Sameness of body? But how do I establish a stable relationship between soul and body? Sameness of thoughts and sensations? But they are in constant flux. By the nature of the case, if the soul cannot be observed, it cannot be observed to be the same. Indeed, no sense has ever been assigned to the phrase same soul, nor could any sense be attached to it. One would have to say what a single soul looked like or felt like, how an encounter with a single soul at different times differed from encounters with different souls. This can hardly be done since a soul, according to your conception, doesn't look like or feel like anything at all. And so, of course, souls can afford no principle of identity, and so they cannot be used to bridge the gulf between my existence now and my existence in the hereafter.
Do you doubt the existence of your own soul?
I haven't based my argument on there being no immaterial souls of the sort you described, but merely on their total irrelevance to questions of personal identity, and so to questions of personal survival. I do indeed harbor grave doubts whether there are any immaterial souls of the sort to which you appeal. Can we have a notion of a soul unless we have a notion of the same soul? But I hope you do not think that means I doubt my own existence. I think I lie here, overweight and conscious. I think you can see me, not just some outer wrapping, for I think I am just a live human body. But that is not the basis of my argument. I give you these souls. I merely observe that they can, by their nature, provide no principle of personal identity.
I admit that I have no answer. I'm afraid I do not comfort you, though I have perhaps provided you with some entertainment. Emerson said that a little philosophy turns one away from religion, but that deeper understanding brings one back. I know no one who has thought so long and hard about philosophy as you have. Will it never lead you back to a religious frame of mind?
My former husband used to say that a little philosophy turns one away from religion, and more philosophy makes one a pain in the neck. Perhaps he was closer to the truth than Emerson.
Perhaps he was, but perhaps by tomorrow night I will have come up with a better argument.
I hope I live to hear it.
And that is the end of the first night, chat. Tell you what, let's pause for a little bit right here, and we'll just talk a little bit. I'm going to take our assets away for a second just to emphasize that now we are speaking as our Vlosophy selves and not playing characters in the play anymore. Initial reactions from you, Karis or Tia, on the dialogue so far?
I want chocolate. Can we all get chocolate?
True. I feel like this is, well, for me, these arguments, this like back and forth is nostalgic almost. I don't know if that's like the right word to, it's nostalgic, right? It's bringing me back to debates that I don't think I've ever been in. And it's interesting because that's the way my character's positioned in this in this play right now. I'm just listening to two other people argue about this because I don't know why, but I've never been, well, I suspect I might have an answer, but I've never myself been involved in or interested in being involved in like arguments about like personal identity in this regard. Like I've really enjoyed listening to them, and I enjoy talking about some aspects of identity, of like personhood and like who am I, and was I the same person I was like 10 years ago. But I had never found like it's weird, I always found that the thrust of like these conversations to be less on the details and like the precise like definitions and terms that we can use, and more like just making sense of now, I guess, is usually what often brings me comfort. So it's interesting to retread, not to retread, but it's interesting for me to play this character who's kind of just sitting there watching two people argue about this, because that's what I did too.
I see. I wonder if you could say a little bit more, Karis, when you mentioned like making sense of the here and now. Is part of the thought there that like this whole debate that the characters have been having seems largely focused on the future of like, will you continue to exist after you die? And that seems like a very forward-looking type of debate to have. But whereas your thought is maybe more of like, how do we make sense of the life that we're currently living? Or am I just, I guess, not quite understanding it?
No, that's honestly that's precisely it. That's a good way to put it. Is I think like there's a lot of emphasis on future with these debates, just in general, because it will pass. Like, we talk about the past only because we want to talk about the future. At least in my experience, in these debates and in these like discussions to be had, like, okay, was I the same person 5 minutes ago? Doesn't really only matters if I'm then asking the question, okay, will I be the same person 10 minutes in the future, right? Like that usually, to me, it seems like that it hinges upon what happens in the future, whereas I am more drawn to the concerns that are about like the right now, I guess, is one way to it's a poor way to put it, and it's not like I'm saying, oh, therefore it's not important. I think this conversation and this dialogue is definitely like a distillation of, I think, what is very much like the undergrad philosophy major experience of like talking to someone else about like, yeah, whether or not you have a soul, or whether or not you will continue to exist, and whether or not you were the same person all those years ago. Like it's um yes, it's very much like a future versus right now thing for me.
I see. Might have a follow-up question or two on that in a moment, but before that, do want to hear from Tia on this. Tia, any thoughts from you?
Perhaps in part because I am hopped up on pain meds. All I can think about right now is chocolate, or just food more broadly, and B, just like my character, Gretchen Virob, and like the way in which she seems to have such a stubborn, and I want to say radical position on this issue, where so far it looks to be that what she believes is that who she is nothing more than a body, a physical body. And I maybe I am biased, like through like the fact of being a philosopher and having like philosopher friends, but I can't help but feel like um that's like that position just stands out in terms of how stubborn and how extreme it is, where I feel like I don't know this for a fact, but I feel like most people, or at least a lot of people, would say that no, who you are is not just your body. They would make some sort of reference to the soul, um, um, or the mind, or your personality, like something more intangible, something other than the body. But my character Gretchen is just like, nope, not having any of that. Like, and she sets sort of the bar very high, for others to be able to prove her position wrong, and it still remains to be seen how the debate ends. But that's kind of my main thought at this point.
I wonder, is there not a part of you in that, though, someone who's very skeptical, who sets a very high bar on being convinced of things?
Are you talking to me, Tia Fair?
Yeah.
Um, I mean, perhaps when it comes to certain issues, but not necessarily this one. I feel like a lot of people would just take it as a given that, like, yeah, my soul goes to heaven after I die, and they would not question all like the metaphysical physical details and possibilities of that. But Gretchen is different in that she, unlike most people, is taking this opportunity to really dissect all of that and put it to the test. Um, and like, for my part, I think. Um, I don't expect that there will be any reconciliation between Virob and Miller on the whole soul thing, just because I think that, broadly speaking, that faith or belief in religion it's a matter of faith. It's not. It is beyond scientific empiricism. So, the choice to believe, if you do choose to believe, is not going to be made because you have a sufficient amount of logical evidence proving to you that heaven is real and whatnot. It's something you do because it sort of resonates with you on a more spiritual and non-rational level. And Gretchen Virob seems very much like the kind of person who doesn't take those kinds of leaps of faith. Like, she needs like to see her hand in front of her face. She needs the hard evidence in front of her.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement of her character. She does seem to place a lot of emphasis on that kind of thing. I would just say, for my part, I'd like to put forth my own view on some of the debate here, and then Karis and Tia, you can push back on this a little bit if you'd like, or ask questions, and then maybe we'll move on to the second night. But for my part, it is a little frustrating sometimes reading Miller's sections, because I'm actually fairly sympathetic to his view that personal identity consists in sameness of some kind of immaterial mind or soul. I wouldn't couch it in religious terms in the way that he does, but I do think there is a secular analog of this view, according to which what you are essentially is an immaterial mind. And some philosophers would even call it a soul, but they just don't understand it as something that is created by God, or that goes to heaven after death, or anything like that. But I think that he could have defended it a bit better than he did. I know that if I were in this dialogue, what I would say to Gretchen's challenge about, like, okay, if what you really are is an immaterial soul, then how do we know that it's still you? How do we know that your soul wasn't replaced with another soul 5 minutes ago that just happens to have the same memories and such? Like, do you really have any basis for assuming that anyone is the same from moment to moment? I think one thing I would concede to Gretchen is that there's no certainty to be found here. So when she says, like, how do you know, if what she means by that is how can you be certain that your soul is not constantly being cycled out with new souls, then yes, I would agree there's no certainty there. But there is arguably still some evidence that our souls are not constantly changing. And the evidence that I think one could appeal to here is the fact that whatever our soul is, it seems to be affected in certain ways by our mind, by what's going on in our brain affects our states of mind. And just from the fact that our brain stays the same over time, that is not that it doesn't change at all, but it undergoes differences or changes in its properties, but it's still the same object, at least in normal cases, if we're not dealing with like far out sci-fi scenarios. The fact that our body and brain sort of is the same object over time, and that it seems to sort of give rise to our soul, it just seems like the simplest, most parsimonious view to think that the soul also stays the same over time. If we were to try to imagine a view according to which our souls are constantly being cycled out, even while our brains and bodies remain the same, it just seems like that would be a very bizarre metaphysics, or you'd have to add a lot of assumptions to get a view like that, whereas just assuming sameness of soul would be a much simpler view. So on grounds of parsimony, I think that one could favor sameness of soul. And also, relatedly, like, one could even raise the same challenge that Gretchen raises to souls about material objects. One could say, okay, take that table in front of you. How do you know that 5 minutes ago it wasn't just magically vanished and replaced by a table exactly like it? And it seems like there's no way we really can know, just by the very nature of the thought experiment, by the very nature of the stipulations. Yet it seems like we're reasonable in assuming that that's not going on, that the material objects that we see around us are stay the same over time. And if we have grounds for assuming that, then I'm not sure why we wouldn't have the same grounds for assuming the same about immaterial souls. But anyway, that's just my take and some points that I think Miller could have gone into. Karis and Tia, any thoughts or questions or pushback that you'd like to raise to that?
I think those are good arguments. And sadly, though, I don't. I wish I could tell you what Vera would say to that, but I don't know that I'm as clever of an arguer as her.
I see.
Karis, what about you?
She does have a very articulate way of putting things.
I think definitely the way the conversation is going so far, at least, is like I'm inclined to. It's weird because I think Miller's on the back pedal here, but I'm more inclined to lean towards Miller because it seems like he's trying to like argue for something rather than nothing. I don't know if that makes sense. But whereas, like where I was doing is not quite trying, like, which is not expected of the character. The character is very much like, almost like there's a level of cynicism in somebody who has gotten into a horrible tragic accident and is going to die in a few days, and I like that. To me seems like a reasonable response to be like, nah, like you're the soul's not real, I'm gonna die, and like there's no possibility of continuing. Or is there? You should try to convince me. And like that, I can see the. So although Miller's in the back foot, I'm more convinced by Miller so far. I think Miller is, I forget the words he uses exactly, right? But it's not so much the thing he's defending, it's that he needs to find a way to like articulate his arguments better. And I think like Axe, you've done like a good job in this like intermission so far, of like steel manning it a bit with the bit with the table and all that. I think like that. I anticipate that that's where it will go to.
Well, with that in mind, chat, shall we continue? Second night, or was there something else you wanted to add to that, Tia?
Oh, just that I guess you can count me as well in the like group of people who are like sympathize more with Miller, like especially when you say, Axe, that it's like you feel frustrated like reading his lines because you like wish it was like you and then you could like do like a better job than what he's doing. Because I think I feel a similar sort of frustration and dissonance between myself and my character, in that I don't think that I on an intuitive level, I don't think that I sympathize with Virob's view either, although I can follow her reasoning, and yeah.
I see. Well then, let us see where the story continues from here. Will Miller manage to convince Gretchen of the possibility of an immaterial soul and of life after death? Will Dave Cohen jump in and save the day by showing them the truth of the situation?
This is sounding like the recap at the beginning of every like weekly episode. It's like previously on like a dialogue about like whatever.
Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, which is right now, the second night.
Well, Sam, have you figured out a way to make sense of the identity of immaterial souls?
No. I have... Oh, wait. Sorry. I forgot to add our assets back. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we are back in business. No. I have decided it was a mistake to build my argument on such a dubious notion.
Have you then given up on survival? I think such a position would be a hard one for a clergyman to live with, and would feel bad about having pushed you so far.
Don't worry, I'm more convinced than ever. I stayed up late last night thinking and reading, and I'm sure I can convince you now.
Get with it. Time is running out.
First, let me explain why, independently of my desire to defend survival after death, I am dissatisfied with your view that personal identity is just bodily identity. My argument will be very similar to the one you used to convince me that personal identity could not be identified with identity of an immaterial soul. Consider a person waking up tomorrow morning, conscious, but not yet ready to open her eyes and look around and, so to speak, let the new day officially begin.
Such a state is familiar enough, I admit.
Now, couldn't such a person tell who she was? That is, even before opening her eyes and looking around, and in particular before looking at her body or making any judgments about it, wouldn't she be able to say who she was? Surely most of us, in the morning, know who we are before opening our eyes and recognizing our own bodies, do we not?
You seem to be right about that.
But such a judgment as this person makes, we shall suppose she judges, I am Gretchen Virob, is a judgment of personal identity. Suppose she says to herself, I am the very person who was arguing with Sam Miller last night. This is clearly a statement about her identity with someone who was alive the night before. And she could make this judgment without examining her body at all. You could have made just this judgment this morning before opening your eyes.
Well, in fact, I did so. I remembered our conversation of last night and said to myself, could I be the rude person who is so hard on Sam Miller's attempts to comfort me? And of course, my answer was that I not only could be, but was that very rude person.
But then, by the same principle you used last night, personal identity cannot be bodily identity. For you said that it could not be identity of immaterial soul because we were not judging as to identity of immaterial soul when we judge as to personal identity. But by the same token, as my example shows, we are not judging as to bodily identity when we judge as to personal identity. For we can judge who we are, and that we are the very person who did such and so, without having to make any judgments at all about the body. So personal identity, while it may not consist of identity of an immaterial soul, does not consist in identity of material body either.
I did argue, as you remember, but I also said that the notion of the identity of an immaterial, unobservable, unextended soul seemed to make no sense at all. This is one reason that we cannot be what we are judging about when we judge as to personal identity. Bodily identity, at least, makes sense. Perhaps we are assuming sameness of body without looking.
Granted, but you do admit that we do not, in our own cases, actually need to make a judgment of bodily identity in order to make a judgment of personal identity.
I don't think I will admit it. I will let it pass, so that we may proceed.
Oh, Gretchen, are you okay? You seem to have shrunk down into your blanket. Okay, now I can see. I was worried you might not be able to breathe. But it seems that we were okay now. All right.
I just my knees gave out for a second.
Oh, your injury is so trying on you. I'm so sorry to see the state of suffering that you're in, Gretchen. It really tugs at my heart.
Get on with the philosophy, Miller.
Oh yes, right. We were using philosophy to distract you from your pain. Please forgive me. Okay. Now, it seems to me that we are even able to imagine awakening and finding ourselves to have a different body than the one we had before. Suppose yourself just as I have described you. And now suppose you finally open your eyes and see not the body you have grown so familiar with over the years, but one of a fundamentally different shape and size.
Well, I should suppose I had been asleep for a very long time and lost a lot of weight. Perhaps I was in a coma for a year or so.
But isn't it at least conceivable that it should not be your old body at all? I seem to be able to imagine awakening with a totally new body.
And how would you suppose that this came about?
That's beside the point. I'm not saying I can imagine a procedure that would bring this about. I'm saying I can imagine it happening to me. In Kafka's Metamorphosis, someone awakens as a cockroach. I can't imagine what would make this happen to me or anyone else, but I can imagine awakening with the body of a cockroach. It is incredible that it should happen. That I do not deny. I simply mean I can imagine experiencing it. It doesn't seem contradictory or incoherent, simply unlikely and inexplicable.
So, if I admit that's gonna be imagined, what follows then?
Well, I think it follows that personal identity does not just amount to bodily identity. For I would not, finding that I had a new body, conclude that I was not the very same person I was before. I would be the same person, though I did not have the same body. So we would have identity of person, but not identity of body. So personal identity cannot just amount to bodily identity.
Well, suppose, and I emphasize suppose, I grant you all of this. Where does it leave you? What do you claim I have recognized as the same, if not my body and not my immaterial soul?
I don't claim that you have recognized anything as the same, except the person involved, that is, you yourself.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Let me appeal as you did to the Blue River. Suppose I take a visitor to the stretch of river by the old mill, and then drive him toward Manhattan. After an hour or so drive, we see another stretch of river, and I say, that's the same river we saw this morning. As you pointed out yesterday, I don't thereby imply that the very same molecules of water are seen both times. And the places are different, perhaps 100 miles apart. And the shape and color and level of pollution might all be different. What do I see later in the day that is identical with what I saw earlier in the day?
Nothing except the river itself.
Exactly. But now notice that what I see, strictly speaking, is not the whole river, but only a part of it. I see different parts of the same river at the two different times. So really, if we restrict ourselves to what I literally see, I do not judge identity at all, but something else.
And what might that be?
In saying that the river seen earlier and the river seen later are one and the same river, do I mean any more than that the stretch of water seen later and that the stretch of water seen earlier are connected by other stretches of water?
That's about right. If the stretches of water are so connected, there is but one river of which they are both parts.
Yes, that's what I mean. The statement of identity, this river is the same one as we saw this morning, is in a sense about rivers, but in a way it is also about stretches of water, or river parts.
So is all of this something special about rivers?
Not at all. It is a recurring pattern. After all, we constantly deal with objects extended in space and time. But we are seldom aware of the object's wholes, but only of their parts, or stretches of their histories. When a statement of identity is not just something trivial, like this bed is this bed, it is usually because we are really judging that different parts fit together, in some appropriate pattern, into a certain kind of whole.
I am not sure I see just what you mean yet.
Let me give you another example. Suppose we're sitting together watching the first game of a doubleheader. You ask me, is this game identical with this game? This is a perfectly stupid question, though of course, strictly speaking, it makes sense, and the answer is yes. But now suppose you leave in the 6th inning to go for hot dogs. You are delayed and return after about 45 minutes or so. You ask, is this the same game I was watching? Now your question is not stupid, but perfectly appropriate.
Because the first game might still be going on, or it might have ended and the second game begun by the time of return.
Exactly. Which is to say, somehow different parts of the game, different innings, or at least different plays, were somehow involved in your question. That's why it wasn't stupid or trivial, but significant.
So you think that judgments as to the identity of an object of a certain kind, rivers or baseball games or whatever, involve judgments as to the parts of those things being connected in a certain way, and are significant only when different parts are involved? Is that your point?
Yes, and I think it is an important one. How foolish it would be when we ask a question about the identity of baseball games to look for something else other than the game as a whole, which had to be the same. It could be the same game, even if different players were involved. It could be the same game, even if it had been moved to a different field. These other things, the innings, the plays, the players, the field, don't have to be the same at the different times for the game to be the same. They just have to be related in certain ways so as to make that complex whole we call a single game.
You think we were going off on a kind of wild goose chase when we asked whether it was the identity of soul or body that was involved in the identity of persons?
Yes. The answer I should now give is neither. We are wondering about the identity of the person. Of course, if by soul we just mean person, there is no problem. But if we mean, as I did yesterday, some other thing whose identity is already understood, which has to be the same when persons are the same, we are just fooling ourselves with words.
With rivers and baseball games, I can see that they are made up of parts connected in a certain way. The connection is, of course, different in the two cases, as is the sort of part involved. River parts must be connected physically with other river parts to form a continuous whole. Baseball innings must be connected so that the score, batting order, and the like are carried over from the earlier inning to the later one according to the rules. Is there something analogous we are to say about persons?
Writers who concern themselves with this speak of person stages. That is just a stretch of consciousness, such as you and I are aware of now. I am aware of a flow of thoughts and feelings that are mine. You are aware of yours. A person is just a whole composed of such stretches as parts, not some substance that underlies them, as I thought yesterday, and not the body in which they occur, as you seem to think. That is the conception of a person I wish to defend today.
So when I awoke and said to myself, I am the one who was so rude to Sam Miller last night, I was judging that a certain stretch of consciousness I was then aware of and an earlier one I remembered having been aware of, form a single whole of the appropriate sort, a single stream of consciousness, we might say.
Yes, that's it exactly. You need not worry about whether the same immaterial soul is involved, or even whether that makes sense. Nor need you worry about whether the same body is involved, as indeed you do not, since you don't even have to open your eyes and look. Identity is not, so to speak, something under the person stages, nor in something they are attached to, but something you build from them. Now, survival, you can plainly see, is no problem at all once we have this conception of personal identity. All you need suppose is that there is, in heaven, a conscious being, and that the person stages that make her up are in the appropriate relation to those that now make you up, so that they are parts of the same whole, namely you. If so, you have survived. So will you admit now that survival is at least possible?
Hold on, hold on. Comforting me is not that easy. You will have to show that it is possible that these person stages or stretches of consciousness be related in the appropriate way. And to do that, won't you have to tell me what that way is?
Yes, of course. I was getting ahead of myself. It is right at this point that my reading was particularly helpful. In a chapter of his essay on human understanding, Locke discusses this very question. He suggests that the relation between two person stages, or stretches of consciousness that makes them stages of a single person, is just that the later one contains memories of the earlier one. He doesn't say this in so many words. He talks of extending our consciousness back in time, but he seems to be thinking of memory.
So, any past thought or feeling or intention or desire that I can remember having is mine?
That's right. I can remember only my own past thoughts and feelings, and you only yours. Of course, everyone would readily admit that. Locke's insight is to take this relation as the source of identity, and not just its consequence. To remember, or more plausibly, to be able to remember, the thoughts and feelings of a person who was conscious in the past is just what it is to be that person. Now you can easily see that this solves the problem of the possibility of survival. As I was saying, all you need to do is imagine someone at some future time, not on this earth, and not with your present thoughts and feelings, remembering the very conversation we are having now. This does not require sameness or anything else, but it amounts to sameness of person. So, now will you admit it?
No, I don't.
Well, what's the problem now?
I admit that if I remember having a certain thought or feeling had by some person in the past, then I must indeed be that person. Though I can remember watching others think, I cannot remember their thinking any more than I can experience it at the time it occurs if it is theirs and not mine. This is the kernel of Locke's idea, and I don't see that I could deny it. We must distinguish, as I'm sure you will agree, between actually remembering and merely seeming to remember. Many men who think that they are Napoleon claim to remember losing the Battle of Waterloo. We may suppose them to be sincere and to really seem to remember it, but they do not actually remember because they were not at the battle and are not Napoleon.
Of course, I admit that we must distinguish between actually remembering and only seeming to.
And you will admit too, I trust, that the thought of some person at some far place and some distant time seeming to remember this conversation I am having with you would not give me the sort of comfort that the prospect of survival is supposed to provide. I would have no reason to anticipate future experiences of this person simply because she is to seem to remember my experiences. The experiences of such a deluded impostor are not ones I can look forward to having.
I agree.
So the mere possibility of someone in the future seeming to remember this conversation does not show the possibility of my surviving. Only the possibility of someone actually remembering this conversation. Or to be precise, the experiences I am having would show that.
Of course. But what are you driving at? Where is the problem? I can imagine someone being deluded, but also someone actually being you and remembering your present thoughts.
But what's the difference? How do you know which of the two you are imagining and what you have shown possible?
Well, I just imagine the one and not the other. I don't see the force of your argument.
Let me try to make it clear with another example. Imagine two persons. One is talking to you, saying certain words, having certain thoughts, and so forth. The other is not talking to you at all, but is in the next room being hypnotized. The hypnotist gives to this person a post-hypnotic suggestion that upon awakening, he will remember having had certain thoughts and having uttered certain words to you. The thoughts and words he mentions happen to be just the thoughts and words which the first person actually thinks and says. Do you understand the situation?
Yes, continue.
Now, in a while, both of the people are saying sentences which begin, I remember saying to Sam Miller, and I remember thinking as I talked to Sam Miller, and they both report remembering just the same thoughts and utterances. One of these will be remembering, and the other only seeming to remember, right?
Of course.
Now, which one is actually remembering?
Why, the very one who was in the room talking to me, of course. The other one is just under the influence of the suggestion made by the hypnotist, and not remembering talking to me at all.
Now you agree that the difference between them does not consist in the content of what they are now thinking or saying.
Agreed. The difference is in the relation to the past thinking and speaking. In the one case, the relation of memory obtains. In the other, it does not.
But they both satisfy part of the conditions of remembering, for they both seem to remember. So there must be some further condition that the one satisfies and the other does not. I am trying to get you to say what that further condition is.
Well, I said that the one who had been in this room talking would be remembering.
In other words, given two putative rememberers of some past thought or action, the real rememberer is the one who, in addition to seeming to remember the past thought or action, actually thought it or did it.
Yes.
That is to say, the one who is identical with the person who did the past thinking and uttering.
Yes, I admit it.
So, your argument just amounts to this. Survival is possible because imaginable. It is imaginable because my identity with some heavenly person is imaginable. To imagine it, we imagine a person in heaven who first seems to remember my thoughts and actions, and second is me. Surely there could hardly be a tighter circle. If I have doubts that the heavenly person is me, I will have doubts as to whether she is really remembering or only seeming to. No one could doubt the possibility of some future person who, after death, seemed to remember the things he thought and did, but that possibility does not resolve the issue about the possibility of survival. Only the possibility of someone actually remembering could do that. For that, as we agree, is sufficient for identity. But doubts about survival and identity simply go over without remainder into doubts about whether the memories would be actual or merely apparent. You guarantee me no more than the possibility of a deluded heavenly impostor.
But wait. Gretchen, I think Sam was less than fair to his own idea just now.
You think you can break out of the circle using real memory to explain identity, and identity to mark the difference between real and apparent memory? Feel free to try.
Okay, let us return to your case of the hypnotist. You point out that we have two putative rememberers. You ask what marks the difference and claim that the answer must be the circular one, that the real rememberer is the person who actually had the experiences both seem to remember. But that is not the only possible answer. The experiences themselves cause the later apparent memories in the one case, while the hypnotist causes them in the other. We can say that the rememberer is the one of the two whose memories were caused in the right way by the earlier experiences. We thus distinguish between the rememberer and the hypnotic subject without appeal to identity. The idea that real memory amounts to apparent memory plus identity is misleading anyway. I seem to remember as a small child knocking over the menorah so the candles fell into and spoiled the tureen of soup. And I did actually perform such a feat. So we have apparent memory and identity. But I do not actually remember. I was much too young when I did this to remember it now. I have simply been told the story so often, I seem to remember. Here, the suggestion that the real memory is apparent memory that was caused in the appropriate way by the past events fared better. Not my experience of pulling over the manure, but hearing my parents talk about it later caused my memory-like impressions.
You analyze personal identity into memory, and memory into apparent memory, which is caused in the right way. A person is a certain sort of causal process.
Right.
Suppose now, for the sake of argument, I accept this. How does it help Sam in his defense of the possibility of survival? In ordinary memory, the causal chain from a remembered event to memory of it never leads us outside the confines of a single body. Indeed, the normal process of which you speak surely involves storage of information somehow in the brain. How can the states of my brain when I die influence in the appropriate way the apparent memories of the heavenly person Sam takes to be me?
Okay, well, I didn't intend to be defending the possibility of survival. That's Sam's problem. It's not my problem. I just like the idea that personal identity can be explained in terms of memory and not just in terms of identity of the body.
But surely this does provide me with the basis for further defense. Your challenge, Gretchen, was to explain the difference between two persons in heaven, one who actually remembers your experience, and so is you, and one who simply seems to remember it. But can I not just say that the one who is you is the one whose states were caused in the appropriate way? I do not mean the way they would be in a normal case of earthly memory, but in the case of the heavenly being who is you, God would have created her with the brain states, or whatever she has, because you had the ones you had at death. Surely it is not the exact form of the dependence of my later memories on my earlier perceptions that makes them really memories, but the fact that the process involved has preserved information.
So if God creates a heavenly person, designing her brain to duplicate the brain I have upon death, that person is me. If, on the other hand, a heavenly being should come to be with those very same memory-like states by accident, if there are accidents in heaven, it would not be me.
Exactly. Are you satisfied now that survival makes perfectly good sense?
No, I'm still quite unconvinced. The problem I see is this. If God could create one person in heaven, and by designing her after me, make her me, why could he not make two such bodies and cause this transfer of information into both of them? Would both of these heavenly persons then be me? It seems as clear as anything in philosophy that from A is B and C is B, whereby is we mean identity, we can infer A is C. So, if each of these heavenly persons is me, they must be each other. But then they are not two, but one. But my assumption was that God creates two, not one. He could create them physically distinct, capable of independent movement, perhaps in widely separated heavenly locations, each with her own duties to perform, her own circle of heavenly friends, and the like. So either God, by creating a heavenly person with a brain modeled after mine, does not really create someone identical with me, but merely someone similar to me, or God is somehow limited to making only one such being. I can see no reason why, if there were a God, he should be so limited. So I take the first option. He could create someone similar to me, but not someone who would be me. Either your analysis of memory is wrong, and such a being does not, after all, remember what I am doing or saying, or memory is not sufficient for personal identity. Your theory has gone wrong somewhere, for it leads to absurdity.
But wait, why can't Sam simply say that if God makes one such creature, she is you, while if he makes more, none of them is you? It's possible that he makes only one, so it's possible that you survive. Sam always meant to allow that it's possible that you won't survive. He had in mind the case in which there is no God to make the appropriate heavenly persons, or God exists but doesn't make even one. You have simply shown that there is another way of not surviving. Instead of making too few heavenly rememberers, he makes too many. So what? He might make the right number, and then you would survive.
Your remarks really amount to a change in your position. Now you are not claiming that memory alone is enough for personal identity. Now it is memory plus lack of competition, the absence of other rememberers, that is needed for personal identity.
It does amount to a change of position, but what of it? Is there anything untenable about the position has changed?
Let's look at this from the point of view of the heavenly person. She says to herself, "Oh, I must be Gretchen Virob, for I remember doing what she did and saying what she did." But now that's a pretty tenuous conclusion, isn't it? She's really only entitled to say, "Oh, either I'm Gretchen Virob, or God has created more than one being like me, and none of us is." Identity has become something dependent on things wholly extrinsic to her. Who she is now turns on not just her states of mind and their relation to my states of mind, but on the existence or non-existence of other people. Is this really what you want to maintain? Or look at it from my point of view. God creates one of me in heaven. Surely I should be glad if convinced this was to happen. Now he creates another, and I should despair again, for this means I won't survive after all. How can doubling a good deed make it worthless?
Are you saying that there is some contradiction in my suggestion that only creation of a unique heavenly Gretchen counts as your survival?
No, it's not contradictory, as far as I can see. But it seems odd in a way that shows that something somewhere is wrong with your theory. Here is a certain relationship I have with a heavenly person. There being such a person to whom I am related in this way is something that is of great importance to me, a source of comfort. It makes it appropriate for me to anticipate having her experiences, since she is just me. Why should my having that relation to another being destroy my relation to this one? You say, because then I will not be identical with either of them. But since you have provided a theory about what that identity consists in, we can look at and see what it amounts to for me to be or not to be identical. If she is to remember my experience, I can rightly anticipate hers. But then it seems the doubling makes no difference, and yet it must, for one cannot be identical with two. So you add, in a purely ad hoc manner, that her memory of me isn't enough to make my anticipation of her experiences appropriate, if there are two rather than one so linked. Isn't it more reasonable to conclude, since memory does not secure identity when there are two heavenly Gretchens, it also doesn't when there is only one?
There's something ad hoc about it, I admit, but perhaps that's just the way our concept works. You have not elicited a contradiction.
An infinite pile of absurdities has the same weight as a contradiction, and absurdities can be generated without limit from your account. Suppose God created this heavenly person before I died. Then he, in effect, kills me. If he has already created her, then you really are not talking to whom you think, but someone new, created by Gretchen Virob's strange death moments ago. Or suppose he first creates one being in heaven, who is me, then he creates another. Does the first cease to be me? If God can create such beings in heaven, surely he can do so at Albuquerque. And there's nothing on your theory to favor this body before you as Gretchen Virob's over the one belonging to the person created in Albuquerque. So I am to suppose that if God were to do this, I would suddenly cease to be. I'm tempted to say I would cease to be Gretchen Virob, but that would be a confused way of putting it. There would be here, in my place, a new person with false memories of having been Gretchen Virob, who has just died of competition. A strange death, if ever there was one. She would have no right to my name, my bank account, or the services of my doctor, who is paid from insurance premiums paid for by deductions from Gretchen Virob's past salary. Surely this is nonsense. However carefully God should choose to duplicate me in heaven or in Albuquerque, I would not cease to be, or cease to be who I am. You may reply that God, being benevolent, would never create an extra Virob, but I do not say that he would, but only that if he did this would not, as your theory implies, mean that I cease to exist. Your theory gives the wrong answer in this possible circumstance, so it must be wrong. I think I have been given no motivation to abandon the most obvious and straightforward view on these matters. I am a live body, and when that body dies, my existence will be at an end.
End of second night. Only one more night left. Let's pause for a bit. Reactions to that exchange, Karis and Tia.
I have lines now. Let's go. It's so funny because that what Cohen interjected with was exactly what I would have said.
Oh, I see.
How did you know that, Ax? I have not read this beforehand, so I'm live reading this for the first time. And right when we got to that bit, I was like, hey, hang on, wait, with the memory thing, we can like go back. I don't remember my thing from my childhood in the sense that like I've been told that that was what I like of all the cheeky antics I was up to as a kid, and maybe I was shown like a video of it happening, but I don't really remember it personally, and like I thought that was a really interesting, like almost like weird way of my character interjecting, because that was exactly how I would have said what I would have said.
Nice. Well, as to your question about like how did I know, or how did anyone know? How could anyone have known that it would all work out so perfectly? Certainly, I did not know. I think that it was just a nice coincidence, or perhaps an act of divine providence that led to our all.
I was gonna
being
say I
different.
think it's God actually.
Or it's excellent casting by your very own casting director, Tia Fair.
Oh yes.
Perhaps it
So-
is. Perhaps it is.
So the,
What do you think about the like, what do you Tira, what do you think about your character actually?
Sorry. Can we take a minute just to do behind the scenes stuff, because you got for some
Okay.
reason even quieter than you were, Karis, and I can barely hear
Uh-oh.
you. How do you do the thing where I individually like make you louder in Discord?
Call and then right click my bubble, and then there's a user volume slider. and you, like,
I
slide
found it. I
up.
found it.
Nice.
Found it.
Cool. Okay, we're back. We're so back.
Made Karis louder begrudgingly.
Wow, I wouldn't say begrudgingly. Is now a good time for me to share the anecdote that I shared in the group chat?
I think it is.
No, I think
Oh.
we should save that for the very end, personally.
Okay, we'll save that
Yeah.
for later then.
But anyway, you were
But
about
yes,
to
what do
say
you
something
think,
else,
Tia?
Tia, I think.
No, I think
Oh.
one of you asked a question before I interjected.
I was asking you, how do you feel about your character and like her stance?
I'm gonna be honest. Like this is like the third time I've said this, but I'm like hopped up on pain meds today, so like my brain is actually like mush. Like I
That's
know
fair.
I am not operating at like 100% capacity right now, particularly not philosophical capacity. So I am like barely following the dialogue. I'm just focusing on like reading the lines properly and not stumbling over my words, and yeah, like and like, or maybe it's, or like maybe it's not like the meds, maybe it's like that I honestly have a tough time relating to my character, because I feel like I feel like here's my experience reading the play. I think that whenever I encounter one of Miller's arguments, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, what could you possibly say in response to that? And then like Vera will come up with some sort of like hyper literal counter like argument, like nitpick, like it's just like it's just nothing close to how I think and what I would say, and then it just has me like thinking like, why like you're nitpicking, like why are you nitpicking, like it's so like it's so clear what he's saying.
Intriguing. Well, in light of that, that does make me. This also, I think, goes back to something that you were saying, Karis, about how Cohen's. It's kind of interesting because it sounds like, Tia, you maybe don't identify so much with your character, but Karis, there's at least a part of you that identifies with what the point that Cohen brought up. Of course, the night ends with sort of Gretchen's final line there, but I'm wondering if Cohen had gotten to say another line, like, or if you were present in the room and like you were to get the final line of the second night, what, if anything, would you say to Gretchen's kind of last little speech there?
Oof. I haven't.
And you don't have to answer that now if you don't, because I realize it is kind of putting you on the spot. We could always talk about it after the third night. If
No,
that
I don't, because I haven't quite, I haven't quite digested, like, Werib's last bit there. Like, I don't quite understand why, like, the absurdities demonstrate a contradiction. Like, it's not. Do you think maybe if you could ask, like, if you could help illuminate it to me, and this is almost maybe in character, like what would you be saying?
So it seems to me that Cohen's thought was that there could still be a possibility of survival if we, instead of going the way that Sam was trying to go earlier, where it seemed circular, he was saying that, oh, yes, well, personal identity is grounded in memory. And then, of course, Gretchen's challenge was, how do you distinguish between a genuine memory and merely seeming to remember? And Sam's answer seemed to be, oh, well, the person who genuinely remembers is the person who actually had the experience, but then that involves circularity because we're assuming personal identity in the attempted explanation of personal identity. Cohen says, like, no, we can go with a causal account. And I'm trying to see if I can find the particular page where he says it, but let's see. Yeah, he mentions being caused in the right way. And anyway, however we cash out the particular causal account that he gives, the challenge that Gretchen raises to it is essentially the same. And it could be raised against various accounts of personal identity. It's that, well, couldn't you have that causal relation in a case of fission, like a case where you start with one being at one time, then you have two beings at a later time who are causally related in the appropriate way to that earlier being. For example, if it's a case of God makes a person in heaven who their state of their mind is based on like exactly the state of your mind when you died, then maybe that is sort of the appropriate causal connection because God is basing it on how you were in life. And Sam at first seems pretty happy with that idea, and so does Cohen. But the challenge that Gretchen raises is, okay, like if we assume that is sufficient for personal identity, then what would you say about a case where God does that and creates two new people in heaven? Or if you want a sci-fi example, it's kind of like the Star Trek transporter case of like, oh, the transporter demolishes your atoms and transports them somewhere else, but like what if it makes a copy somewhere else so that now there seem to be two of you? And it doesn't seem like there's any satisfying thing to say for people who think that personal identity is preserved in these situations, because they can't both be identical to you, is the thought, because they have different properties. Like they are standing in two different places, and a person can't be in two places at once. So these two copies of you that are made, whether it's by God or the transport or what have you, neither of them is identical to you, because if either was identical to you, or actually I should say if they were both identical to you, then they would be identical to each other, since identity is transitive. So they can't both be identical to you. So do we say, okay, like is one of them identical to you and one of them isn't? Well, that also seems unacceptable because it would have to be an arbitrary choice. Like we have no grounds for saying why one of them would be identical to you and the other wouldn't, since at the start, when they're both made, there's nothing that would give one of them a more legitimate claim to being you than the other. So it can't just be that one of them is identical to you and the other isn't. So then the last option we have left is to say that neither of them is identical to you. But then that seems terrible because it would just have all kinds of crazy consequences. Like if God creates one person who is a copy of you on your death, well, then that person is you. But then suddenly, like if God creates another person who is a copy of you on your death, suddenly that means that God has killed you. The second you, because now it means you no longer exist.
Yeah. But what is so unsatisfying about God kills you and then like he has to /kill you so he can /spawn you somewhere else? Like what about that is unsatisfying?
Oh, well, it's not so much the fact that like I guess I could have put my earlier point a little bit clearly. It's not so much about the initial death. It's more of the fact of, like, let's say that you die a life on Earth and you wake up in heaven, or at least there's a person in heaven who wakes up who seems to have all your memories, and they think, like, yes, there's life after death. I still exist. I am still, Karis Euphranor, and I get to continue living. But then suddenly you discover that God made another copy of you. Should you then conclude, oh, in fact, Karis Euphranor died. Now he no longer exists. It seems like that would just be a crazy result. Like if you had grounds to think that your personal identity had been preserved, it doesn't seem like discovering that God had made an additional copy would mean now that you, Karis Euphanoy, ceased to exist. It doesn't seem like your personal identity can be extrinsic in that way. Like it depends on what's happening to someone else.
So is it kind of like, I'm really trying to wrap it around my head. I'm finding it a little confusing as well. So is it like, is it the same question if I then, put it in a different context where, hold on, let me think about this again. Can the question be formulated as, okay, if they cloned me, who's me?
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm me.
Well, maybe I
that
should say
guy is that guy.
we can
who
introduce...
happens to be very similar, right? But like...
Okay, well, let's just say past Karis. We'll just call past Karis the one before stepping into the transporter. And then, well, the two new ones who step out, we'll just call them Karis A and Karis B. You could say, okay, which one, if either, Karis A or Karis B, is the same entity as past Karis?
I don't know. It depends on where I end up. If I end up in like teleporter B, then I'm B. If I end up in teleporter A, then I'm A, right?
Karis is just like, but it's me. Like, what part of that don't you understand?
Because I think the difficulty for me is I'm very much attached to like this literal position almost, where it's like I am my subjective experience of this. And so if you were to ask me, okay, what if you weren't you? Then who's you? That's what the question sounds like to me, I think. Because the question is like, imagine you weren't you for a second. Okay, which one of these is you? I don't know. It's not me. I'm me. Like, why? The question doesn't.
Well,
like, I understand. I'm not saying there's no value in the discussion of the question. Like, I think I see where the framing of it is. It's just I think I'm so head stuck in my literal and like figurative position that I can't see why this answer. Like, I can't see beyond like I'm literally me.
Okay, I'll try one more time and then maybe okay. So
we're having our own version of this right
now. Basically, yeah. So well, okay.
I think Karis makes a better Gretchen than I do possibly.
Oh. So we have past Karis, who we'll just imagine dies, and then there's two, like Karis A and Karis B after that point. If we just take like you as you are now, like abstract away from the thought experiment, the person that you remember being yesterday, I take it you tend to assume you're the same entity as that person. Am I correct in assuming that?
I feel like for this like particular bit of the conversation to work, I have to say yes, but I do want to say that like I also feel like I'm not the same in that me right now is me yesterday and everything that's built up to right now.
Okay, so in other words, if I'm understanding you correctly, and tell me if I'm not, because I might be getting it wrong, you want to of course acknowledge that there are qualitative differences. Like you're not qualitatively identical to the person that you were yesterday. You might have some different properties right now, maybe some new memories that you formed over the past day or so, but in the sense of numerical identity, the sense of being the same entity, it's like, for example, something that yesterday's Karis did, like let's say yesterday's Karis took a loan from someone. Does today's Karis still owe that money back to that person, or is it just like a new entity that no longer?
Surely yes. Surely
okay.
yes. Right. Yeah.
I see. So not the qualitative identity, but still like numerical identity. It seems to be which is the assumption that most people have about their experience. Certainly, it's one I would have about mine. Like when I wake up on a given day, I assume that I'm the same entity as the previous day, even if I have some new properties. Okay, so going back to the thought experiment, when past Karis dies, and then let's say two copies of him are made, there's Karis A and Karis B, both in the future, presumably both of them are going to sort of wake up with the thought, I am that same entity as past Karis, the Karis from yesterday. The way we could put the question to ourselves is, like, which, if either, of the two new Karises, Karis A or Karis B, is right?
Well, I'm right, clearly. No, I'm kidding. I know, I see the framing of it, and my second jokey response is like, whatever, that guy's playing the low, not me. You can have the identity, I don't care, run it away. But like on a serious note, it's the question is the hang on, is Miller's, how does Miller answer this question? Could you help me with this?
Oh, I'm not sure if the text goes into Miller's response, because like Miller says exactly,
Okay.
You're satisfied now that survival makes perfectly good sense, and Gretchen says no, but then there's an exchange between her and Cohen. I think at this point we're just to assume that Miller is kind of in the back of the room, just kind of like crying because his theory like doesn't make sense or it's been refuted. At least that's how I imagine him during this part of the story.
So okay, and Weirub is going like, neither of these is me.
Well, I think she's saying that because the theory that Cohen has proposed leads to these absurdities, like basically like it can't handle cases of fission, whereas Gretchen's theory can. Because like her view would say, oh well, there's been a rupture in bodily continuity, like if God makes two copies of you, so like neither of those would be you. Like her theory can say that, but it doesn't seem like Cohen's could, because Cohen was saying that this relation of like memories caused in the appropriate way just is sufficient for personal identity. But then like, what do you say when you have two of them? And it seems like his theory kind of gets drawn into absurdities. That was sort of the challenge that she's raising.
Okay, got it. Yeah. I think I'm caught up now. Is chat caught up? Are you guys? Do you understand if we put you in a teleporter that you die? Actually, every time you go to, is it okay? To sort of, maybe not to strawman, but to like to be just a little bit uncharitable. Can I extend that example to like if I went to sleep, or like if I just like fell on a rock, that I become that I would then become a different person? Like I suppose uncharitable towards, or charitable towards Werib's like skepticism, I guess. Is that what she's kind of saying?
Oh, I see. So the challenge, I guess, would be like in other words, aren't there going to be some ruptures in psychological continuity, like
Yes.
such as when one is unconscious? And surely we don't want to say that just because somebody goes to sleep and is unconscious for a time, that means that a new entity takes their place, upon waking up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure of like what the best way to resolve that problem would be, but I actually think that maybe is possibly a slight advantage of like the soul view, is you could say, well, it's even if there's a temporary rupture in the continuity of consciousness, there's still the same soul there, and so that's why personal identity is preserved. I suppose my view though would be, and some would find this kind of an implausible implication of this view, but like if the soul is something that is just essentially conscious, like conscious by its very nature, such that like when you have no consciousness, there's no soul, it would seem to follow that during periods of complete unconsciousness, such as dreamless sleep, that your soul temporarily ceases to exist. And that is a consequence I would be willing to accept, is like, oh yeah, like during dreamless sleep, we temporarily cease to exist, but then come back into existence upon waking up. And I don't think that there's anything contradictory about a view like that, but some would find it kind of strange, kind of spooky, or kind of implausible. But I think that's seems to me like it's a more palatable, I guess, consequence than some of the other views face here.
Shall we move on to night 3?
I'm feeling ready for night 3. Yeah, how about you?
I'm
two?
game.
Okay.
I'm game.
All right. Well, then let us. And by the way, sorry, I realized we don't have any assets for you, Karis. I wasn't sure what would go along well with being a student. Maybe I should have gotten like a backpack
I think
asset.
I'd look the part. I think
Yeah, I think so
good.
too.
Yeah.
I've shed my usual garments. Let me put them back on for a sec. I should have put them back on for like the Wait, how do I put them? How do I put them on? Hold on. Okay, I put them on.
Oh,
I could. I think I could have put them on for our like discussions to like distinguish it, but I've kept them off. I've stayed in my costume
I see.
for the behind the scenes too. Yeah.
I like the pose of the hand on your chin. It's very philosophical, very reflective.
I realize I've had my hand up here for like 2 hours, and I've forgotten to like. Oh, I've forgotten to like put my hand away, but I guess it's fine. We'll just keep it for the rest of the stream.
Yeah, that's right. We'll just hey, it's a long philosophical discussion, and I think your hand just represents the continuing challenge of thinking through all these issues.
Mm.
So let us begin the third night.
Well, Sam, are you here for a third attempt to convince me of the possibility of survival?
No, I have given up. I suggest we talk about fishing or football or something unrelated to your imminent demise. You will outwit any straightforward attempts to comfort you, but perhaps I can at least divert your mind.
But before we start on fishing, although I don't have any particular brief for survival, there's one point in our discussion of the last 2 evenings that still bothers me. Would you mind discussing for a while the notion of personal identity itself without worrying about the more difficult case of survival after death?
I would enjoy it. What point bothers you?
Your position seems to be that personal identity amounts to identity of a human body, nothing more, nothing less. A person is just a live human body, or more precisely, I suppose, a human body that is alive and has certain capacities. Consciousness and perhaps rationality, is that right?
Yes, it seems that simple to me.
But I think there has actually been an episode which disproves that. I'm thinking of the strange case of Julia North, which occurred in California a few months ago. Surely you remember it.
Yes, only too well. But you had better explain it to Sam, for I'll wager he has not heard of it since he is a boomer.
Well, I'm sure I'll have to explain it to Chad as well, but not heard of Julia North? The case was all over the headlines.
Well, Gretchen is right. I know nothing of it. She knows that I only read the sports page.
You only read the sports page.
It's an expression of his unconcern with earthly matters.
Well, that's not quite fair, Gretchen. It's a matter of preference. I much prefer to spend what time I have for reading in reading about the 18th century rather than the drab and miserable century into which I had the misfortune to be born. It was really a much more civilized century, you know. But let's not dwell on my peculiar habits. Tell me about Julia North.
Very well. Julia North was a young woman who was run over by a streetcar while saving the life of a young child who wandered onto the tracks. The child's mother, one Mary Frances Bodine, had a stroke while watching the horrible scene. Julia's healthy brain and wasted body, and Mary Frances' healthy body and wasted brain, were transported to a hospital where a brilliant neurosurgeon, Dr. Matthews, was in residence. He had worked out a procedure for what he called a body transplant. He removed the brain from Julia's head and placed it in Mary Frances, splicing the nerves and so forth using techniques not available until quite recently. The survivor of all of this was obviously Julia, as everyone agreed, except, unfortunately, Mary Frances' husband. His short-sightedness and lack of imagination led to great complications and drama and made the case more famous in the history of crime than in the history of medicine. I shall not go into the details of this sorry aspect of the case. They are well reported in a book by Barbara Harris called Who is Julia, in case you are interested.
Fascinating.
Well, the relevance of this case is obvious. Julia North had one body up until the time of the accident and another body after the operation. So one person had 2 bodies. So a person cannot be simply identified with a human body. So something must be wrong with your view, Gretchen. What do you say to this?
I'll say to you just what I said to Dr. Matthews.
You've spoken with Dr. Matthews?
Yes. He contacted me shortly after my accident. My physician had phoned him up about my case. Matthews said he could perform the same operation for me he did for Julia North. I refused.
You refused? But Gretchen, why?
Gretchen, I am shocked. Your decision practically amounts to suicide. You passed up an opportunity to continue living? Why on earth?
Hold on, hold on. You are both making an assumption I reject. The case of Julia North amounts to a counterexample to my view that a person is just a live human body. And if my refusal to submit to this procedure amounts to suicide, then the survivor of such an operation must be reckoned as the same person as the brain donor. That is, the survivor of Julia North's operation must have been Julia, and the survivor of the operation on me would have to be me. This is the assumption you both make in criticizing me, but I reject it. I think Jack Boudin was right. The survivor of the operation involving Julia North's brain was Mary Frances Boudin. The survivor of the operation using my brain would not have been me.
Gretchen, how on earth can you say that? Will you not give up your view that personal identity is just bodily identity, no matter how clear the counterexample? I really think you simply have an irrational attachment to the lump of material that is your body.
Yes, Gretchen, I agree with Sam. You're being preposterous. The survivor of Julia North's operation had no idea who Mary Frances Bodine was. She remembered being Julia.
She seemed to remember being Julia. Have you forgotten so quickly the importance of this distinction? In my opinion, the effect of the operation was that Mary Frances Bodine survived deluded, thinking she was someone else.
But as you know, the case was litigated. It went to the Supreme Court. They said that the survivor was Julia.
That argument is unworthy of you, Dave. Is the Supreme Court infallible?
Okay, no, it isn't. But I don't think it's such a stupid point. Okay, look at it this way, Gretchen. This is a case in which two criteria we use to make judgments of identity conflict. Usually, we expect personal identity to involve both bodily identity and psychological continuity. That is, we expect that if we have the same body, then the beliefs, memories, character traits, and the like also will be enormously similar. In this case, these two criteria, which usually coincide, do not. If we choose one criterion, we say that the survivor is Mary Frances Bodine and she has undergone drastic psychological changes. If we choose the other, we say that Julia has survived with a new body. We have to choose which criterion is more important. It's a matter of choice of how to use our language, how to extend the concept same person to a new situation. The overwhelming majority of people involved in the case took the survivor to be Julia. That is, society chose to use the concept one way rather than the other. The Supreme Court is not beside the point. One of their functions is to settle just how old concepts shall be applied to new circumstances, how freedom of the press is to be understood when applied to movies or television, whose existence was not foreseen when the concept was shaped, or to say whether murder is to include the abortion of a fetus. They are fallible on points of fact, but they are the final authority on the development of certain important concepts used in law. The notion of person is such a concept.
You think that who the survivor was a matter of convention of how we choose to use language?
Yes.
I can show the preposterousness of all that with an example. Let us suppose that I agree to the operation. I lie in bed, expecting my continued existence, anticipating the feelings and thoughts I shall have upon awakening after the operation. Dr. Matthews enters and asks me to take several aspirin so as not to have a headache when I awake. I protest. That aspirin upsets my stomach. He asks whether I would rather have a terrible headache tomorrow or a mild stomachache now, and I agree that it would be reasonable to take them. Let us suppose that you enter at this point with bad news. The Supreme Court has changed its mind, so the survivor will not be me. So I say, oh, then I will not take the aspirin, for it's not me that will have a headache, but someone else. Why should I endure a stomachache, however mild, for the comfort of someone else? After all, I am already donating my brain to that person. Now, this is clearly absurd. If I were correct in the first place to anticipate having the sensations and thoughts that the survivor is to have the next day, the decision of my 9 old men 1,000 or so mile away wouldn't make me wrong. And if I was wrong to so anticipate, their decision couldn't make me right. How can the correctness of my anticipation of survival be a matter of the way we use our words. If it is not such a matter, then my identity is not either. My identity with the survivor, my survival, is a question of fact, not of convention.
Your example is persuasive. I admit I am befuddled. On the one hand, I cannot see how the matter can be other than I have described. When we know all the facts, what can remain to be decided? But how we are to describe them, how we are to use our language. And yet I can see that it seems absurd to suppose that the correctness or incorrectness of anticipation of future experience is a matter for convention to decide.
Well, I didn't think the business about convention was very plausible anyway. But I should like to return you to the main question, Gretchen. Fact or convention, it still remains. Why will you not admit that the survivor of this operation would be you?
Well, you tell me why you think she would be me.
I can appeal to the theory I developed last night. You argued that the idea that personal identity consists in memory would not guarantee the possibility of survival after death. But you said nothing to shake its plausibility as an account of personal identity. It has the enormous advantage, remember, of making sense of our ability to judge our own identity without examination of our bodies. I should argue that it is the correctness of this theory that explains the almost universal willingness to say that the survivor of Julia's operation was Julia. We need not deliberate over how to extend our concept. We need only apply the concept we already have. Memory is sufficient for identity, and bodily identity is not necessary for it. The survivor remembered Julia's thoughts and actions, and so was Julia. Would you but submit to the operation, the survivor would remember your thoughts and actions, would remember this very conversation we are now having, and would be you.
Yes, and I now completely agree with Sam. The theory that personal identity is to be analyzed in terms of memory is correct, and according to it, you will survive if you submit to the operation. Let me add another argument against your view and in favor of the memory theory. You have emphasized that identity is the condition of anticipation. That means, among other things, that we have a particular concern for that person in the future, whom we take to be ourselves. If I were told that any of the three of us were to suffer pain tomorrow, I should be sad. But if it were you or Sam that were to be hurt, my concern would be altruistic or unselfish. That is because I would not anticipate having the painful experience myself. Here I do no more than repeat points you have made earlier in our conversations. Now, what is there about mere sameness of body that makes sense of this asymmetry between the way we look at our own futures and the way we look at the futures of others? In other words, why is the identity of your body, that mere lump of matter, as Sam put it, of such great importance? Why care so much about it?
You say, and I surely agree, that identity of person is a very special relationship. So special as perhaps not even happily called a relationship at all. And you say that since my theory is that identity of person is identity of body, I should be able to explain the importance of the one in terms of the importance of the other. I'm not sure I can do that. But does the theory that personal identity consists in memory fare better on this score?
Well, I think it does. Those properties of persons which make persons of such great value and mark their individuality and make one person so special to his friends and loved ones are ultimately psychological or mental. One's character, personality, beliefs, attitudes, convictions, they are what make every person so unique and special. A skinny Gretchen would be a shock to us all, but not a Gretchen diminished in any important way. But a Gretchen who is not witty or not gruff or not as honest to the path an argument takes as is humanly possible, those would be fundamental changes. Is it any wonder that the survivor of that California fiasco was reckoned as Julia North? Would it make sense to take her to be Mary Jane Bodine when she had none of her beliefs or attitudes or memories? Now, if such properties are what is of importance about a person to others, is it not reasonable that they are the basis of one's importance to oneself? And these are just the properties that personal identity preserves when it is taken to consist in links of memory. Do we not have in this idea at least the beginning of an explanation of the importance of identity?
On two counts, You two favor the memory theory. First, you say it explains how it is possible to judge as to one's own identity without having to examine one's own body. Second, you say it explains the importance of personal identity.
Now, surely you must agree the memory theory is correct. Do you agree? There may be still time to contact Dr. Matthews.
Hold on, hold on. Try to relax and enjoy the argument. I am. Quit trying to save my life and worry about saving your theory, for I'm still not persuaded. Granted, the survivor will think she is me, will seem to remember thinking my thoughts, but recall the importance of distinguishing between real and merely apparent memory.
But you recall that this distinction is to be made on the basis of whether the apparent memories were or were not caused by the prior experiences in the appropriate way. The survivor will not seem to remember your thoughts because of hypnosis or by coincidence or overweening imagination. She will seem to remember them because the traces those experiences left in your brain now activate her mind in the usual way. She will seem to remember them because she does remember them and will be you.
You are very emphatic, and I'm feeling rather weak. I'm not sure there is time left to untangle all of this, but there is never an advantage to hurrying when doing philosophy, so let's go over this slowly. We all seem to agree that the fact that the survivor of this strange operation Dr. Matthews proposes would seem to remember doing what I have done. Let us even suppose she would take herself to be me, claim to be Gretchen Virov, and have no idea who else she might be. We are then assuming that she differs from me in one aspect, her theory of personal identity. That does not show her not to be me, for I could change my mind by then. We all first agree that this much does not make her me, for this could all be true of someone suffering a delusion, or a subject of hypnosis.
Yes, this is all agreed.
Now you think some future condition is satisfied, which makes her apparent memories real memories. Now what exactly is this future condition?
Well, that the same brain was involved in the perception of the events and their later memory. Thus, we have here a causal chain of just the same sort as when only a single body is involved. That is, perceptions when the event occurs leave a trace in the brain, which is later responsible for the content of the memory. And we agreed, did we not, that apparent memory, caused in the right way, is real memory?
Now, is it absolutely crucial that the same brain is evolved?
What do you mean?
Let me explain again by reference to Dr. Matthews. In our conversation, he explained a new procedure on which he was working, called a brain rejuvenation. By this process, which is not yet available, only the feasibility of developing it is being studied. A new brain could be made, which is an exact duplicate of my brain. That is, an exact duplicate in terms of psychologically relevant states. It might not duplicate all the properties of my brain. For example, the blood vessels in the new brain might be stronger than in the old brain.
What is the point of developing such a macabre technique?
Dr. Matthews' idea is that when weaknesses which might lead to stroke or other brain injury are noted, a healthy duplicate could be made to replace the original, forestalling the problem. Now, Dave, suppose my problem were not with my liver and kidneys and such, but with my brain. Would you recommend such an operation as to my benefit?
You mean, do I think the survivor of such an operation would be you?
Exactly. You may assume that Dr. Matthews' technique works perfectly, so the causal process involved is no less reliable than that involved in ordinary memory.
Then I would say it was you. No, wait. No, it wouldn't be you. Absolutely not.
But why the sudden reversal? It seems to me it would be her. Indeed, I should try such an operation myself, if it would clear up my dizzy spells and leave me otherwise unaffected.
No, don't you see? She is leading us into a false trap. If we say it is her, then she will say, then what if he makes 2 duplicates or 3 or 10? They can't all be me. They all have an equal claim, so none will be me. It would be the argument of last night, reapplied on Earth. So the answer is no, absolutely not. It wouldn't be you. Duplication of brain does not preserve identity. Identity of the person requires identity of the brain.
Quite right.
Now let me see if I have managed to understand your theory, for my powers of concentration seem to be fading. Suppose we have two bodies, A and B. My brain is put into A, the duplicate into B. The survivor of this, call them A Gretchen and B Gretchen. Both seem to remember giving this very speech. Both are in the state of seeming to remember as the last stage in an information-preserving causal chain initiated by my giving the speech. Both have my character, personality, beliefs, and the like. But one is really remembering, the other is not. A Gretchen is really me, B Gretchen is not.
Precisely. Is this incoherent?
No, I guess there is nothing incoherent about it. But look what has happened to the advantages you claimed for the memory theory. First, you said, it explains how I can know who I am without opening my eyes and recognizing my body. But on your theory, Gretchen A and Gretchen B cannot know who they are, even if they do not open their eyes and examine their bodies. How is Gretchen A to know whether she has the original brain and is who she seems to be, or has the duplicate and is a new person only a few minutes old and with no memories but mere delusions? If the hospital kept careless records, or the surgeon thought it was of no great importance to keep track of who got the original and who got the duplicate, she might never know who she was. By making identity of person turn into identity of brain, your theory makes the ease with which I can determine who I am not less, but more mysterious than my theory. Second, you said, your theory explains why my concern for Gretchen A, who is me whether she knows it or not, would be selfish, and my anticipation of her experience correct, while my concern for Gretchen B with her duplicated brain would be unselfish, and my anticipation of having her experiences incorrect. And it explains this, you said, because by insisting on the links of memory, we preserve in personal identity more psychological characteristics which are the important features of a person. But Gretchen A and Gretchen B are psychologically indiscernible. Though they will go their separate ways, at the moment of awakening, they could well be exactly similar in every psychological respect. In terms of character and belief and the contents of their minds, Gretchen A is no more like me than Gretchen B. So there is nothing in your theory, after all, to explain why anticipation is appropriate, but we have identity and not otherwise. You said, Sam, that I had an irrational attachment for this unworthy material object, my body. But you too are as irrationally attached to your brain. I have never seen my brain. I should have easily given it up for a rejuvenated version, had that been the choice with which I was faced. I have never seen it, never felt it, and have no attachment to it. But my body? That seems to me all that I am. I see no point in trying to evade its fate, even if there were still time. But perhaps I missed the merit of your arguments. I am tired, and perhaps my poor brain, feeling slighted, has begun to desert me.
Oh, don't worry, Gretchen. You are still clever. Again, you have left me befuddled. I don't know what to say, but answer me this. Suppose you're right and we are wrong. But suppose these arguments had not occurred to you, and sharing in our error, you had agreed to the operation. You anticipate the operation until it happens, thinking you will survive. You are happy. The survivor takes herself to be you and thinks she made a decision before the operation which has now turned out to be right. She is happy. Your friends are happy. Who would be worse off, either before or after the operation? Suppose even that you realize identity would not be preserved by such an operation, but have it done anyway, and as the time for the operation approaches, you go ahead and anticipate the experiences of the survivor. Where exactly is the mistake? Do you really have any less reason to care for the survivor than for yourself? Can mere identity of body, the lack of which alone keeps you from being her, mean that much? Perhaps we're wrong, after all, in focusing on identity as the necessary condition of anticipation. And
Dave, it's too late. And that is the end of the story. So thank you, chat, for listening in with us. There is, if anyone is curious, and there's a link to this in the description, an ending page of footnotes that goes into some of the philosophers, some of the sources that informed the discussion. So if anyone wants to check that out, then again, that's in the description. Karis and Tia, how are you feeling right now in this moment, now that we've seen how the story concludes?
I see Leon saying no, my pretty Tia.
I liked it. I liked the performance. I really liked the gradual, like, losing of the of your spirited, like, argumentative air, Tia. I thought that was really good.
Thank you. It's kind of easy considering I am slightly slowly losing steam in real life too, so I just kind of have to like lean into that extra instead of trying to stay in streaming mode. Don't worry about it.
I see. Well, it was very well done. Great performances from both of you. And yeah, I enjoyed the dialogue too. I think it's quite rare to see, like, even just represented in a fictional dialogue in this way, philosophy that has a sense of urgency to it. And I think the narrative setup kind of lent itself really well to that. So yeah, very interesting. One thing I'm wondering now is, like, if you all were present in the room, and let's say that, like, Gretchen was still alive, she had not passed away yet, like, what would you say, whether about the philosophy or anything else?
Okay, actually, this this is kind of like about our characters, and our resemblance to our characters. But like, I was thinking, even just while reading the script to myself, but especially now that it's come to life, there is something very fitting and true to life about Gretchen's, and I'm Gretchen's like last moments of life being consumed by like Karis Cohen, like basically talking her ear off and like wasting all of that time.
I honestly can't think of a better way to die, than to have the soft, sweet whispers of Karis Schiffer beside you. What more could you want? What more could you want in life?
So yeah, I feel like if I were in the room, I'd be like, dude, shut up, you're not helping.
Honestly, I would probably say the same, yeah. Or at least, you know what, if I were in the room, what I would do is I would talk about fishing and like sports or whatever.
Yeah, we never got to that. Like,
whatever she wanted to talk about, yeah.
No, it's actually, if you like look from the start of the third night, it's like literally all Cohen's fault because like Miller, like you just like remember, like Miller's the one who's like, I suggest we talk about fishing or football or something unrelated to your imminent demise, and Cohen is like, wait, no, before we start on fishing, and then her last moments become like wasted on just like philosophical waffling.
Okay, but this is not wasted, because this is like what she really wants to talk about. She's established at the beginning. She's like, I want you two here, and like honestly nothing else, because all I want to do before I die is to just debate about what happens after I die. A very fitting death for a philosopher, I think.
Yes, true. She died doing what she loved. So I wonder then, right now, to the two of you, now that we've seen the entire dialogue, if we were just to face the question in its most general sense, like, what, if anything, makes you right now the same entity as the person you remember being yesterday, or to put a more, I guess, dramatic spin on it, the child you remember being many years ago?
Wait, so I think, yeah, Axaeon initially posed us this question on Discord, and I think Karis had a story that he wanted to tell. I'm gonna, I gotta,
Yeah.
sorry, I gotta get up for 2 minutes. So if
Okay,
he finishes before I come back, then just wait for me, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
I'll have to drag it out now. Okay. No, it's fine. Go. Tia has. We have to go bury Gretchen right now and like. No. So yeah. So I remember this question coming up as like not a warm up or like a teaser or whatever, but like something to get us into the thinking mood for this dialogue. for this text,
Mhm.
and I said that one of my earliest childhood memories was being in a entrance in an entrance interview, not like an entrance
Mhm.
exam, but like an entrance interview for like primary school. Now, don't ask me why there was an entrance interview for fucking primary school. Don't ask me, but it's just that was just how it was, okay?
Mhm.
And I was asked to like, I was how old was I? I was like 5 years old or something, and I was asked to connect like certain words. Like they gave me a sheet of paper. They said so. What happened was I walked into this room with like I think just one other like the two other adults. There was like two teachers, and then my parents were like behind me, and then I had to like sit down on like a table with them, and they handed me like this piece of paper, and they gave me like crayons. Like I don't know, I don't think it mattered at all, but they gave me like different colored crayons, and they wanted me to connect the words on the left of the page with the images on the right of the page, and they wanted me to like they wanted me to just like connect those two things together with the crayons that was provided. And so instead of like doing that, because my parents, I remember like my parents really not hyping me up for this, but they were like, you have to get this right because this is a good school, and we want you to get into this school.
Mhm.
So they were like drilling me on like shapes and like stuff. I don't remember exactly, obviously, because I was like 5 years old, right? But what I do remember was grabbing like different crayons and then drawing the lines from from left to right, from image to word, or the other way around. And instead of just doing like a straight line efficiently like my parents wanted me to do, I ended up doing like loop-de-loops around the page, and I would go, ooh, maybe teacup is, and then I would point it to the chair, and then like I would look up at my parents and watch their reaction to me doing that as I was doing it. I'd be like, "Oh, maybe it's this one." No, I know it's not this one. And I would do like a big circle around this other object, and I like filled the whole page. Obviously, like I knew the correct answers to the questions. I just like, but it was menial and like uninteresting to me. Like I did not care. What I cared for was watching my parents like react in horror as I almost botched the interview in front of them. I was just like, yeah, oh, maybe it's going this way. And like I just, that to me was like was what mattered to me above like making a good impression on the interview, on the interviewers, on the teachers. I was like, I don't care, I'm here to have fun. I'm gonna do random squiggly lines just because like I know the answer, but we're not in a hurry, right? And so kid me that did that like all those years, all those 55 years ago, as I am now 60 years old, is still me. I feel like that was probably me.
You know how I like to
I
think of
feel
it,
so
Karis? It's
confident that way. Yeah.
it's like even back then, you were making content. Like that was content. Just like in a live,
Oh my
IRL
god.
situation.
No, I think
Uh,
I think I said in our group chat like your career definitely started early.
Mm, that's also
but
a good
that
way of
was
putting
like
it.
I think like that to me, I obviously the story is funny, and there are like less funny stories that are less like, oh, that's someone that's like a part of me that I would want to, that I'm proud of or would necessarily display on stream. But I feel like every moment really that's up into my life, I don't think if it makes sense to speak of it in such a way, maybe for this like dialogue, right? I've never been out of character. I've never done anything that's not me. Everything I've done is me. And everything I will continue to do is me, even if something horrible and tragic happens, or maybe something really good happens for once. Something really good happens, and my life, changes, and I actually end up with like $1 billion, maybe not $1 billion. I end up with like $1 million inheritance or something, and I
Mhm.
don't have to worry about rent and being like the unemployed philosopher VTuber again. It would be a drastic, huge change. And I think I would behave very differently. And perhaps in this text, right? Like, as Cohen says, oh, Gretchen, you might lose your wit, and then it wouldn't be you. I might lose my wit. I might lose certain things that make Karasufanor, but I'm tempted to say that I'm still me. And it
Mhm.
is senseless to say that due to certain things that change about me that I'm no longer me.
So it sounds like for you then, would it be fair to say that it's something to do with like continuity of personality or like presentation style or factors
I'm
like
not
that?
sure because I think what's at play, and I think like having finished the dialogue now, it's a bit easier for me to like really parse like where I stand, or not really stand. I don't think I really stand very strongly in the matter, but you know where I position myself in relation to the identity like discussion, the identity puzzles philosophically, because I think um well, because I so much of this to me rests upon the subjective experience of being me, that if you asked me who if I am me, I'll go, yes, I am me. And then if you go, okay, what if we put you into a teleporter, Karis, and then you went into teleporter A or teleporter B, who would you be? It depends on which Karis you're looking at. Are you looking at Karis A or Karis B when you ask that question? That's my way of framing it, where I don't think it's at all useful to talk about such like the concepts of identity and a self by detaching this discussion from your subjective self, by detaching it and holding it at arm's length and going, no, you, who's you? No, who's me? Who am I know who I am. I know I'm me. If you ask me which is the real Karis Euphonor once he steps into the duplication machine or the teleporter, what have you, that has an A and a B pad, like Karis A and a Karis B, as the text says, right? You pose the question, okay, which is the real Karis? That to me is a nonsensical question for anyone who's not Karis Euphonor. And then, okay, if you pose it to Karis A will go, well, it's me, obviously. And if you pose it to Karis B is gonna go, yeah, and it's me too. And you know what? Both Karises would probably look at each other and go, yeah, that makes sense. We're in agreement here, because maybe up until this moment in time where we were separated and duplicated and cloned or whatever, we were one being. Now we are two in this vision case. We are now two people. Okay, I'm gonna live the rest of my life as Karis A, and you can live the rest of your life as Karis B. Like, we're not gonna at some point fuse back, are we? And if we are, then okay, when we do, now we're Karis again, Karis AB. But prior to that, we are now two people. Like, I think that's really I hope I'm not just all I'm doing is sidestepping the argument. I don't want it to like seem that way. But having now read the whole of the text, that to me seems personally more a sensible thing to say than to ask two hypothetical clones which one is the real one, because of course they're both going to say me.
Um, I feel like, for what it's worth, I think I entirely understand what you're saying on a more abstract level, though it's the kind of thing that's pretty hard to put into words. Um, and for my part, I want to say that I feel like I kind of like agree with your conclusion that, like, like they're both you, but like for entirely different reasons. And I can go into what those are. Um and I think another thing we have in common is that I get the sense that um neither of us, like you and me, Karis, resonated with the text that much. Like I found it just plenty entertaining. Any I like enjoyed like kind of like the verbal back and forth between Miller and Virab in particular. It all comes across to me as a kind of like intellectual spectacle, but I think that like most of the text, I found that it didn't really get to the heart of sort of the sort of like the most important ideas at hand. Or maybe it just doesn't. It's just because it doesn't align enough with my own view or my own intuitions on the matter. But Ax, so did you want me to answer the question about like what, if anything, makes you the same person as who you were as a kid?
Sure, I'd be curious to hear your answer.
Yeah. So you posed this question to both of us the other day on Discord, and then Karis responded with his really funny story about being an ankle biter troll, and then I saw that, and like I tried to think about like what is like my version of that story. Does Tia Fair have an equivalent story? Um, and I try really hard to think of one, and I just couldn't. And before long, I realized that um, I think it just comes down to the fact that I have what is um, maybe a really a different and perhaps bizarre and perhaps untenable view on what identity is. And the two of you feel free to, challenge me on this and push back if you find it sort of insensible. But I think I'm inclined to say that I am actually not the same person in the most meaningful sense as who I was as a child, and just because, or not just because, but because I am so different now from who I was back then, and one piece of evidence for this is the fact that when presented with the opportunity, I struggled to think of any, childhood stories, especially, going back that far, um, in which, my behavior and, my reactions in that situation were like more or less identical to like how I would behave and react now in a similar situation, if that makes sense.
So there have been big, I guess, radical changes, you might say, in like your personality or ways of thinking and feeling, and that is what makes you skeptical that you're numerically identical to your previous self.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, to perhaps elaborate a bit further, I think that I think that I am the same person in a physical sense. Like I acknowledge that I am, on a cellular level, I have like grown from the child that I was into the adult that I am now. Like there is continuity in a physical sense. There's also continuity like in a legal sense. Like I use the same birth certificate now that I did when I was a kid, and all of that. But in the more like meaningful sense, like not in the legal sense or the physical sense, in the way that I feel like matters most. I don't feel like I'm the same person that I was when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was somebody else, and now I'm Tia Fair.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds to me like, and yeah, tell me if I'm getting the view wrong, but it sounds like you're thinking of qualitative identity there. Like there's been a very significant shift in your qualities, like your personality, maybe your way of behaving, your way of sort of moving about and navigating the world have all changed. Here's one way we could, I guess, test whether it's ultimately a matter of qualitative or numerical identity that's at stake here. Let's just imagine that back when you were a kid, like you had acted in some movie, even if you've never in fact done anything like that, we'll just imagine for a moment that you have. But also, like imagine that the payment was delayed for whatever reason, like the people had agreed to pay Kid Tia a certain amount of money, but they just never did. Would they, on your view, would they still owe you that money now to the Tia Fair who exists now? Or is it the case that like the person they owed money to just no longer exists, and so like they're off the hook, like they don't have to pay you now?
Well, that's a legal matter. So
Well,
legally, I am the same person that I was as a kid, the same individual that is like logged in the government database. So like, yes.
well, I don't think it's a legal matter. If we look at the question as like should, and maybe I could have been clearer.
Sorry. Okay.
But yeah,
okay.
like would they be morally obligated, I guess, to pay you this money?
In my view, no.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. Well, here's another way I guess we could test it. Because it sounds like at first I thought maybe it was just about qualitative identity, but maybe it is about numerical identity. If Kid Tia had been told that the you that exists now, so her, 20 years in the future or however long it is, would experience a very painful death, that there would be a lot of pain when she died, would that have given Kid Tia a reason to dread that?
Mm, Probably, but Kid Tia also did not anticipate becoming a different person later on. She could not anticipate the contents of the future.
Okay. Well, let's suppose we'll just stipulate that away. Suppose like she was given a
Okay.
complete timeline of your life, including the future, and it just happened to include that there would be a very painful death. Would that have given Kid Tia a reason to think, oh no, my death will be very painful? Or should she instead have thought, oh yeah, like that's unfortunate for that future person, but like I have no reason for dread because it's not going to be me who dies that painful death?
I'll say that she would have dreaded it because I'm curious to see where you're going with this.
Oh, well, just that if she had reason to dread it, then that seems like evidence that the two people, like Kid Tia and Present Tia, are the same entity. Just going on the assumption that you can only reasonably dread things that you yourself will experience. You might find things that happen to other people unfortunate. You might regret that they happened, but it seems like there's a kind of dread that is possible only in the mode of anticipating something that will happen to you yourself. And I guess I'm just trying to see if that is the relation that holds here.
I don't know, because it goes like I don't exactly know how to articulate my thought here, but I feel like just because it goes forwards, it doesn't mean it goes backwards.
I mean, if a person A from a past time is identical to a person B at a later time, wouldn't it follow that the person B at the later time is identical to the person A at the earlier time? Because identity is a symmetrical relation, right? Like if A is identical to B, B is identical to A.
Okay, maybe I have to lay more groundwork for my view. So you know during the dialogue, the idea that identity is actually memory came up a lot, and I thought about that, and I found myself um see, because I think what I'm trying to say is that I feel like um I um I feel like I would define identity as first and foremost like a person's um like beliefs and characters and personalities and that kind of thing. And I don't know that memory has to be a part of that. Because and here's like a hypothetical that hopefully demonstrates this. Um let's say that Tia Fair got into a terrible accident and as a result of it woke up with complete amnesia, just as what happens in the movies. And she wakes up and she doesn't remember Leon or Axaeon or Karis or any of the people who were in her life before. She has no idea what she went through in her own life before that accident. She wakes up and is a blank slate memory wise, but still retains all her personality traits like a strong sense of justice and whatever else. Um, so if we were to go by the idea that an identity is memory alone, then we would be forced to say, I think, that Tia Fair doesn't exist. Now, this woman in front of us that is still identical physically and personality wise is a completely different person than Tia Fair, because no one has Tia Fair's memories anymore. And doesn't that sound kind of strange? But on the other hand, if like let's say let's say I still got into an accident, but rather than it wiping out the memory storage part of my brain, it affected a different part, a part that is fundamentally responsible for my personality. And this is something that has real life precedent. There have been many um, you know, documented records of people who have been through severe brain trauma and had their personalities drastically altered as a result. And let's say that something like that happened to me, and I woke up, and we can say that my memories are intact, but perhaps instead of having a strong sense of justice, I was like, I don't care about anything anymore, or I'm gonna like hurt people for fun. Like either of those, that would not be very characteristic of the Tia Fair that you all know. And then would it be right in that case to say that no, the Tia Fair still exists just because she is, physically here and legally the same individual and has the same memories? Like, I don't think so. I think that um, when things like that happen, we often describe those situations, colloquially. We call it as, that person has become a different person, and I think that there's something to that.
Perhaps. I do sense there's more room for interesting back and forth here, but I feel like we've been going on for a while. Karis, was there anything that you wanted to add to this exchange?
I think I'm really holding myself back, like I'm like gnawing at like the cage to almost appeal to like the convention, to the convention argument that Cohen kind of brings up briefly. Not in the sense that like I think this is the position that one must take because it's the most sensible, rational, or whatever. That like, okay, who is Tia Fair, or like, who is this person? Are you the same person now after this accident that has permanently altered your brain chemistry or whatever? I do think it kind of matters why, like, what's for what purpose that we attribute this identity. Because, for example, if it's a legal matter, if it's like a who owes who money and who has to pay off a debt or whatever, then and we have to appeal it to the Supreme Court, I actually do think, well, if it is a legal matter, then the legal system should determine what that sense of self is. Now,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's not a that's a boring answer. It's not a very interesting answer, right? Because I'm saying if it's a legal thing, then the legal people deal with it. But then you ask, okay, what is the like what about the moral issues? Like what if past Tia did something horrible to somebody and then got into a huge accident and then had like, amnesia, but then also like a permanent alteration in your personality? What if prior to, maybe not Tia's like a bad, I probably should say
It's okay.
you
It's
like
okay. It's okay. You can continue. You
yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
continue.
Yeah, what if like Tia used to be like a horrible, like unconsiderate murderer who went out and like stabbed people for fun, and then one time, like as you did it, you stabbed somebody, and then you slipped over and you fell on your head, and then you got like brain trauma that actually rewired everything, and now you're a paragon of justice and like morality. Then like then the question is like, okay, but does this person still have moral responsibility for the actions they've done? Can I take it that this is a sensible question to ask for you guys?
No, I think that's like actually an excellent question. And to that, I want to say, well, first of all, I mean, how do you know that is not my actual past?
Yeah, right, we don't know, we don't know.
but also like yeah, like once again, feel free to challenge me on Axe. I won't stab you. Pinky promise.
Might
Okay.
stab me though,
I'm
so
just I'm just gonna move over here.
You're like you're
for no
like
reason, for no reason.
you've just made yourself Karis's meat shield.
Oh no.
Okay,
here we go.
And now Karis can be the meat shield. Who's it gonna be?
So
Um,
I think like the question of moral responsibility, and like I want to quickly finish my position before I get your thoughts, is then at that point not maybe not sensible is not the right way to put it, but I think that's why I hope that it's consistent, that I don't find concepts of fault or blame to have that much force in because precisely of considerations of identity such as this, where if a criminal, for example, who commits something horrible ends up permanently rewiring and altering the brain, and we know that in the future they would never do something like that again. They would actually just be we fixed them. They're like now magically this
Yeah.
well-meaning member of society who would contribute to it and whatever. Then I think, what's the point in putting them in jail?
I was going
That's
to
the
say the
question I
very
have.
same thing, because if they're a different person, like that aligns with what I'm saying. Like they're a different person, so we would be, if we punish them, we would be punishing an innocent person that like didn't exist at the time that the crime happened.
Okay, so I don't think it's because they're the same person that happened, or I don't think it's because now this is a different person, that we should not throw them in jail anyways. I think it's because this whoever this now person is, like, if it's the same one or otherwise, does not pose a harm or threat to society. That's the stress of my, like, I think, reasoning behind that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right, Karis, that there is a certain interplay in these questions about personal identity. And in this case, when it comes to punishment, whether we are retributivists will have an influence. And it sounds like you are not a retributivist. And I'm not either. But I agree that can complicate the issue. Maybe a clearer example would be like you borrow money from somebody, but then something happens and they undergo like a radical change of personality and so on. Should you pay back the new person, I guess, or maybe I'm trying to put it in a theory neutral way, but like the person B, like, after the shift in memory and so on, should you pay them back, or are you no longer obligated to do so? And it seems to me like this is just, reporting my intuition here, which could change perhaps as a result of future discussion. It seems to me like you still should. Like, I think that you're not off the hook just because somebody has undergone a radical change in personality or loss of memories or anything like that. And it seems to me like that is arguably at least some evidence that that the person is still the same entity even after the radical mental shift.
Well, I think that's because in the case of borrowing money, the rightness of paying it back isn't contingent on the the worthiness or like the personality of the person lending it to you. It's more just like, no matter how good or bad of a person they are, that doesn't really factor into it. If you borrow money from someone, you should pay it back no matter what. But I feel like another example could be like, what if you get married to somebody and you say your vows and essentially, promise to be with this person, forever and ever for the rest of your lives. But whether it is due to maybe they were intentionally deceiving you into thinking like they were someone other than they were, or because of a traumatic brain injury, they turned out to be a completely different person later on than the person you said your vows to and thought you were committing yourself to, then morally does it become like justifiable to separate from this person?
Okay, I'd like to say something about each of those cases. On the first example, the one of paying it back, I think it's telling that we naturally use the phrase pay it back. If it really is a different person in the sense of numerical identity who emerges from that change, it's not even a case of paying it back, it's paying it forward. You're just paying some completely new person that you didn't even owe money to in the first place. I think the very fact that we even think of it as paying the money back suggests that our intuitions line up with it being the same entity, the same individual as before, just with different properties. On the case of marriage, I would say there that yes, it does seem that if somebody's personality and so on changes radically enough during a marriage, then one can be justified in going back on one's commitment. Like, one's made the commitment to always stay together, but, then the person radically changes. And we'll just suppose, to make the example easier, it's a really negative change, like they become a moral monster. Then, yeah, I think most people would say that, like, one is perfectly justified in, divorcing that person. I don't think that judgment would have anything to do with like whether it's the same individual. Like, I think even if we think that it is numerically the same individual, just with very different properties, it seems to me we could still hold that one is justified in going back on the commitment, because even very strong commitments can still be justifiably broken if the cost of maintaining them becomes severe enough. And it seems to me like that is a case like that.
want to come back to the loan, the case of the loan, right? If the person who, so if I borrowed money from somebody and I made a promise to them and I said, okay, I borrowed like $100 from you. Don't worry, I'll pay it back in like 6 months. I'll come back to you and I'll pay it in 6 months. The other person goes, yeah, sure, okay, Karis. And if they're one of my friends, oftentimes they'll go, I don't expect you to anyways, because you don't seem the type to be able to, but if you do, it'll be great. But anyway, so like, it doesn't have to take them to go through a horrible, tragic accident and a total shift in personality and like different personhood. What if they just forgot? What if they just forgot that they lent me $100? Because frankly speaking, most people who lend money to me don't remember that they did.
Oh, lucky you.
Because it's happened enough that they're like, dude, whatever. Just like when I next see you, you'll buy me a drink and it'll be even. But anyways, right? Like the notion of it doesn't, I don't think it needs to be as extreme as like a total change in personality or personhood for the same situation to occur. What if the debtor forgets that I owed the money? In which case, like, if the moral question is like, what should I do, Karis Euphonor, then I, because I have made that promise, probably want to honor that promise, and I'll go up to them and go, hey, you forgot, but I owe you this money. Now I have it, and I can return it to you. Would you know? And the assumption, of course, is like, here you go. Maybe the other person or my friend goes, oh, I didn't even remember that. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I don't need this, right? Because maybe they're really well off, right? Maybe they're someone who doesn't need that money at all. Maybe they go, oh, that's cool. It's cool that you reminded me that I lent you that money all that time ago. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you honoring that end of the deal or whatever. I think the moral thrust of it to me seems to always be that I should honor that agreement that I made. And whatever happens afterwards is not on me, if that makes sense. Like, so it's not so much that, oh, I'm not off the hook, or I need to pay this money back. It's that like I should try to honor the promise that I made. That's, I think, to me, what it's about. Because if it's like it's purely the money, it seems then to creep into the legal territory, if that makes sense.
Well-
No, I think I understand what you're saying, and like I feel like I empathize with that distinction. So I think like we were maybe getting a bit confused with our language or our concepts earlier.
Okay.
Well, I guess what I would want to say about that is, like, yes, it's good to honor a promise is made, but a promise is made to someone. And if in cases like this where we're considering, okay, are we obligated to keep this promise? It seems like a yes answer suggests that the person involved, the promisee, is the same entity, does it not?
Like that I owe it to the same person.
Mm-hmm. Because if it were just a different entity, then presumably there could be no obligation to keep the promise, because the promise just by its very nature is made to a given entity, right? Or at least that's how I tend to think of it.
I don't know, if the person I owed money to, like, maybe they don't die, because I feel like that's really extreme and it creeps into the philosopher thought experiment territory. But maybe they like go away to a different country, and so it's like it's impractical to pay them back. Like, to like, let's pretend like, you can't just Venmo somebody. You can't just like pay somebody. Yeah, you can't just do that. Let's just assume it's not at the time. They've flown away, but maybe their like family is around. Maybe their like son or their daughter or their like sibling is around, who is someone who's very close to them, and like what I think, even they're a different person. I would go up to them and go, hey, I owed your brother some money, and here it is. And I know that you're not going to use it for anything nefarious. I know that, and it's not likely that your brother's going to come back for it and need the money, but I just wanted to do this. And so the question to me, I think to me, the more interesting question is not like, do you owe the moral obligation to go to your friend, your debtor's like next of kin with the exact sum of money, and more, what would you do in that situation? I think the more interesting question is, would you, in the face of an altered arrangement such as this, still try to uphold the spirit of the bargain? And maybe I'm creeping into, Miller terminology when I say the spirit of the argument, right? But like, would you then try to honor the spirit of the argument and say, okay, a certain argument of the of the agreement and say, okay, I owed somebody money, I'm gonna pay them back? Or would you go, well, the person's gone now, so I guess I don't have to pay anyone?
I
Well,
think
What
now
is it? I think is what matters. Yeah.
sorry, go ahead, Tia.
I was just gonna say, well, now it appears that we're heading away from identity and talking about ethics, which is par for the course for philosophy, but I don't know if that's where we want to go.
Well, I think arguably certain ethical questions can maybe have implications for personal identity. Like, at least one way the thought sometimes goes is, hey, like, if such and such ethical obligation holds, then like that suggests that personal identity has been preserved because like it couldn't hold if the person were not the same entity as before. In a case like this, I would say, and I really like your example, Karis, that yes, like for the person's next of kin and so on, like even if I couldn't, pay the money back to the actual original person who lent it to me, I do think it would be the honorable thing, the noble thing to make whatever attempt one could to, try to at least pay it to someone like that they cared about, like someone in their family. I would say the reason why it seems to be the case is that even if I can't pay it back to the actual person, by paying the money to someone they care about, maybe I am still in some way furthering that original person's interests. Like, arguably, even if the person is dead, now this gets controversial, but like there are some views according to which what happens after one's death can affect how well one's life went. Like if one had certain desires for states of affairs to obtain after one's death. Like let's say that at the time of one's death, one desires that one's family goes on to do well. Maybe by giving the money to like this person's daughter or this person's husband or wife, I'm helping satisfy that desire that they had at the time of their death. And at least that's doing something for them, for that person. I guess that's how I would sort of try to cash it out.
Wait, there was something I wanted to say. Okay, does it say something bad about me if I feel like for me, I would consider how badly the person needs that money. Like if they were worse off than me, then I would be inclined to like pay it back with interest. But if they were like better off than me, then I might be deterred if it's just like simply too hard somehow to pay them back.
I mean, I don't think it necessarily says something bad about you. I suppose the way that I would approach that is just to say, well, look, everyone's interests matter, like both the person who lent you money, but also your own interests. And past a certain point, like if you have to make significant enough sacrifices just to pay this money back, it might no longer show sufficient respect for your own interests, if you decide to be extremely self-sacrificial about it. Yeah, that seems like a fair position one could take.
Yeah, like what if the person who lent me money moved to a different country and they only have like one relative who is still in the same country who I could easily contact, but maybe I have like really bad social anxiety, and maybe the person is also like known to like not be like very nice and be very difficult to talk to, and also the person who lent me money who's moved to a different country because they actually like won the lottery and like they don't need like my pocket change anymore. So like if it was like that, then like I might be like what, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would make a big stink out of it. I'd be like, I know you're like a 100 millionaire now. Here's the $20 from a week ago. If you still want it, you bastard. you didn't even think to buy me a drink after this, and you expect the $20 from me. All right, okay, you can have it, but come on. I'd rid the other person probably. No,
Chairman.
I hope I'm not sorry. I hope I think that's what you've proposed here is like kind of on the same wavelength of what I'm thinking as well. And I wonder if I can take this a step, maybe not this, but I wonder if I can take it a step further and ask the question, is the matter of personal identity, like how important is the matter of personal identity? Because it seems to me the way any of the, at least maybe the three of us, right? Like the way it gains relevance and importance to us is when it is now attached to like an ethical quandary, right? So when you ask like Tia, like what it seems, or when you said that like a while ago that the conversation seems to be headed towards this like, moral ethical direction. I think it's because without the moral dimension of it, that it doesn't really matter who you are. Is that fair to say?
No, if I agree with that. What about you, Ax?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, here's one way we might think of it. I'll just say, like, to me, it seems to matter to me a great deal whether I will continue to exist after my death. And I know if I were somehow given decisive evidence that there is, in fact, an afterlife, and it's a good one, like, let's just say, like, everyone goes to heaven, I would count that as great news. Or even if it were just like me, like just I will go to heaven and like everyone else gets poofed out of existence. Like I feel like it's unfortunate that everyone else gets poofed out of existence, but still I would regard that as a better state of affairs than one in which everyone gets poofed out of existence. And
wow, thanks a lot, Ax.
So I mean, there's a certain, I guess you could maybe say from the standpoint of prudence, perhaps it would be good news finding out that one will continue to exist and will experience good things. Whether that counts as an ethical observation is, controversial, but maybe an easier case would just be like if I am about to go into the transporter and I know that there will be 2 copies made in the end, but like one of them is going to get tortured. I think there it matters a great deal in terms of what I should fear, like which one of those copies will be me. Like if I know that one of the copies will be me, and that's the one that's going to get tortured, I'm going to be scared shitless. Especially like if I see them setting up the equipment, I'm going to be thinking like, oh no, that's going to be me who's going through all of that. If I know that...
Or it might not be me, it's like a 50-50.
Right, yeah. But like, let's say like I were to somehow know that it was not going to be me, the copy they were going to do that to, I would feel really bad for that copy. I would feel immense regret over the situation, but I don't think I would fear it in the same way that I would if I knew that it was going to be me.
I think that's...
Can
Yeah.
Can I give my own answer to your question,
Yes.
Karis? Because I think I have one.
Yes.
I think who I am matters to me because I think that who I am is important and should exist in the world, and so I feel like I need to continue I need to ensure my continued existence, and it seems like the starting point of that is just to be clear on who I am.
Okay, I've got 2 responses to the both of you. Now I'm fighting you guys off with like 1 arm each. With Axe, I think like the question of like the anticipation, I think is it's my response to that is like, yes, if I knew, I end up being like somehow my conscious experience will manifest itself into Karis B in the teleporter. And Karis B has been chosen to be the one that's tortured, I would fear for my life. Because that is confirmation that it's like something's going to happen to me. If I had confirmation that I was actually Karis A and then Karis B was being tortured, I'd still, obviously feel the immense regret and all that, but I wouldn't fear for my life. That is agreeable to me. But at the same time, I don't think there's any way to... I don't think it's fruitful to then speculate on which one is me, which one will be me. Like, am I going to be Karis B or Karis A? Because I won't know until I am Karis A or B. Like, I will not know that until that happens, until it's like right in front of me. Because beyond, like, I could plan for it. I could certainly feel a sense of fear before I step into the teleporter. But until I am, faced with the chains and then the chainsaw or whatever is like in front of me, and I know, okay, death is imminent, up until that point, I don't know. And maybe that anxiety creates a fear. Maybe that anxiety is powerful too. But it doesn't, to me, like, I still don't quite see why I need to know who I am. I just need to know if I'm going to get tortured or not. and as for Tia's point, I don't think it's necessarily the case that, like, I need to know who I am in order to start living as me. I think it is not... I think it might be interesting and important to poke at, like, what makes Karis Yufanor? Who is he? Is Karis Yufanor the same Karis Yufanor that existed, 10 years ago? Is Karis Yufanor the same legal government name here that existed maybe 20 years ago? Like there questions like that can be asked. But ultimately, I don't need to know those answers to live as me. I don't need those answers. I don't need those answers to make my decisions. I don't need to know who I am to to live my life. If does that make sense?
That makes sense. I just feel like I have a different perspective. I mean, I feel like I
Mm-mm-mm.
can provide my own perspective on the teleporter thought experiment, if that helps further along the discussion.
Mhm.
Sure.
Um, I think for me, if I was in the like there's Tia A and Tia B, and like one of them is going to be like, you know, tortured to death, um, sort of scenario. Um, I think, assuming that those two were just like literally identical clones with like absolutely no differences between the two, I would say that first of all, both of them would be me. There would just be two Tia Fairs in that case, and I think that I would be I think I would be relieved with the knowledge that whichever copy was tortured to death, the other one would survive, and so Tia Fair would still exist in the world. Now, I feel like um on kind of like a more, you know, the visceral level, I would, you know, I would have some, you know, like fear and dread about like the sort of like the physical um you know, unpleasantness of being tortured, and um and you know, let's say that I am Tia A, you know, I would not have the same subjective experience as Tia B, because we are different, like, animals, like we're different like physical beings. So once I'm tortured to death, like my like own like consciousness like no longer exists, but like the identity of Tia Fair will still exist. Does that make any sense?
I mean, I think it does. Yeah, the thought that maybe there could be some consolation in the fact that even if that future person is not you, it will be someone very much like you, and that that person will go on acting in the world to help actualize your values, to help spread things like justice and compassion and so on. Yeah, I could see being consoled by that thought. Like just like in my case, for example, if I were to learn, you know, Axaeon, when you die, that's it for you. Like you will cease to exist. But like another person who is maximally similar to you will be created. I would take some consolation in the fact that a maximally similar individual will be out there acting the way I would have acted. Not as much consolation as if that person were me. But yeah, I would certainly find some consolation in it.
You know, I feel like you can achieve something similar enough to that by like just having kids and doing a good job at raising them.
I was literally gonna say.
What, really?
I wasn't just gonna say like having kids. I was gonna say like, what if you just inspire like a few kids to just like pick up philosophy, like pick up a philosophy module or two in their like undergrad course. Well, maybe not kids at that point; they'd be adults. But you know, you inspire a few young people to eventually like, you know, pick up a philosophy 101 or whatever. Like that is a isn't that like just a miniature version of the consolence that you would get from knowing that a clone of you will exist after you die? Isn't that just like a
I,
mini version of that?
I mean, yeah, you could like take on like a philosophy like apprentice, or you know, apprentice of whatever it is you do. It's just like with, if you have biological children, then you're going the extra mile of like also you know, having their genetics resemble yours, which you know, increases like the chance, it's like maximally increases the chances of their being similar to you based on what we know to be like, you know, possible and with current technology.
Oh yeah, I suppose
Yeah.
you could. Yeah, you could argue that. That makes sense in a way. There was something else I had earlier. I think it was in response to what you said, Karis, but alas, the thought seems to have flown away like a stray pigeon.
It went to a different axe. Now
Mm,
that axe has the thought.
yeah. Oh,
I
well,
think
actually,
within
I think I found it. Found it. Okay.
oh, okay, okay, go.
So it might very well be, Karis. Like I could see myself being convinced of this, that questions of personal identity ultimately, like, they're philosophically interesting, but maybe they just have no bearing on how we should live our lives. Maybe practically speaking, in that sense, they just don't make a difference. And it sounded to me like that was your view earlier, but you can let me know if I'm mischaracterizing it. Here's one way in which this will probably just be my final proposal for a way in which they might make a difference. Take the feeling of regret it seems pretty plausible that it makes sense to regret only things that you yourself have done. But depending on how we resolve certain questions of personal identity, we might have different things to say about the rationality of feeling regret in certain cases. So, like, for example, let's suppose that it's a case of someone has changed quite a bit. Maybe they've lost some of their memories, or maybe their personality has changed. If they look back on some past behavior that they remember, or at least seem to remember, and let's say like it was doing something really bad, something that hurt someone else, I would want to say like it seems to make sense to regret having done that, or to feel guilt, maybe I should say, over having done that, only if one is in fact the entity who did that action. If it really wasn't oneself who did that, if it was in fact just a different entity who did that action, then I want to say one wouldn't be rational in feeling guilt about it in the same way. Or at the very least, that's a proposal that I could imagine one advancing. I'm wondering how you might feel about that.
So if I did something bad and I regretted it, and then I just hit myself in the head, I keep doing that. No, don't do that. Don't hit yourself in the head, guys. If I just emptied a bottle of whiskey and I just I love that. That's a lot more pleasant. So if I did something and I regret it and it was really bad and I feel bad about it, and I drink my sorrows away and I don't remember it anymore, is the question like do I stop regretting it if I get drunk enough?
Well, more so, yeah, I like where this example is heading, and we'll just kind of stipulate that whatever psychological change results from the drinking, it's significant enough to make you under like a given view of personal identity no longer the same entity. Then yeah, like imagining that one were somehow told by an informative, decisive source, like, hey, you before you erased your memories in that way, like you did this thing, would one be rational in feeling guilt about that? And it seems to me, if the answer is yes, or like if our intuitions lean toward yes, that you're not off the hook for feeling guilt about something just because you took steps to erase your memory of it, to me that seems to suggest that one is the same entity who committed whatever wrong act it was.
That's an interesting question, because I think if I were told somebody else did something bad and you seem like poised to fix it, I would go, okay, yeah, sure. But if you told me, oh, your past self, who has now erased his memories, did this, I would intuitively feel like I have a little bit more responsibility for that. But I wonder if that's just merely like an intuition and just like a feeling, or if there's any more weight to it than that.
I have something to add here. I think it matters that sort of like drunkenness is a temporary state, and once it fades away, you go back to being the person you were before, who did the wrong thing and could do it again, versus a more permanent cause of change in disposition.
Wait, can it be that I was blackout drunk while I was doing the thing?
I don't think that's what Axe is asking, is it?
Yeah, what I want it to be is the case to involve is that like you would do the thing while in a clear state of mind, but then somehow take steps to erase your memory of it. And I think you raise a fair point too about the sort of drunkenness being temporary. I think we could probably get by that by just saying maybe you have access to some sci-fi type of device, like the device from Men in Black that like erases people's memories. Yeah. Let's just imagine that for the sake of your own convenience, you use it on yourself every time after you do something bad, so that way you won't remember it because you don't want to feel guilty. Nevertheless, if somebody tells you, like they show you a video of you hurting someone else after the fact, but you've already erased your memory, we can ask, okay, do you have reason to feel guilty about that once you see the video? Seems to me that you do. I have a pretty firm intuition.
Sorry, I want to answer that. Okay. Yeah, I think so, because I think that as long as your disposition is the same, then you could theoretically repeat the same wrong actions. Like, it doesn't seem to me like you've atoned for them in any way. And like I said before, if I have developed complete amnesia, I feel like as long as my personality and character are the same, it's not as though I am like no longer Tia Fair just because I don't remember my life up until that point.
Okay. On the point about
I
actually, sorry,
yeah.
Chaos, I didn't let you jump in. Yeah,
No,
you
no,
can.
you can go. You can go. Actually, I didn't really have. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Go.
on the point about dispositions, yeah, it does seem true in the experiment as I was describing it. One's dispositions would remain the same even if one's memories were erased. But I'm not sure if that matters for the present point. Like, we could just imagine that one also gains new dispositions. Like, let's suppose that one does a horrible act, doesn't want to risk feeling guilty about it later, so erases one's memory. But, unbeknownst to oneself, one actually selected the change disposition setting on the memory resetting device too. So now once they use it on themselves, they actually become a kind person. Nevertheless, once they wake up, like let's say somebody shows them a video of them doing the horrible thing, like whether it was murdering someone or anything like that, you could say, okay, would the person be rational in feeling guilt about that? I want to say they still would. Like, it doesn't seem to me like the changed dispositions would have any bearing on whether they are rational in feeling guilty about that particular harmful act that they did.
I have an answer to this too, if that's all right.
Okay, yeah.
If it were, let's just, for the sake of example, let's say the person in this experiment was me. If I did that, I would find myself horrified at past Tia's actions, as if it was not really Tia Fair at all, if it was just a completely different individual. And I think that if we're going to talk, like retribution, I think that it would not make sense, probably not make sense to punish the new person. But there is, but the person, but the old version of that person's decision to sort of like get out of their crime by like taking the magic pills, or I don't know what we were talking about, is I think up for scrutiny.
Oh, so you would have no reason to feel any guilt over the action in that case. Is that the view?
I mean, if I was informed that, oh, I have taken magic memory pills, that's what I'm going with, or like, and I was like, what's like, yeah, and like I know that I'm a completely different person now than I was when I did the thing. No, I don't think I'd have any reason to feel guilt.
Oh, okay. Karis, thoughts?
I have 2,000 about it. One is like, this is literally like a Genshin Impact like story quest.
Oh, I had no idea.
And I'm like, no, my God, I can't believe in the middle of my serious discussion, I'm thinking about Genshin Impact. No, but there is actually like an important plot, and it is one of the better, more redeeming parts of that godforsaken game. That like there in one part of the story, there's a main antagonist who does a lot of like horrible stuff. Now, like, the morality of which some people have argued, oh, he was coerced into doing it, whatever. The fact is, he's like evil, and he's kind of just universally regarded as really likable, but ultimately still like a scumbag. And so at some point in the story, he goes through so much like pain, partly from the consequences of his own actions, and partly because of the story kind of requires that he be defeated and everything be like ripped away and taken away from him, and he feels like his identity is lost. He goes and erases his own memory and the world's memory of him. Essentially, there's this plot device. There's this metaphysical thing. I don't quite exactly know how it works, but you can go to it and then you can erase your existence from everyone's memory, including your own. And he does that. And to me, I always saw that as a suicide. And although obviously, after that, he kind of like walks around the world, like doing various like good or neutral deeds. He's just kind of wandering around. That's like his name is like Wanderer, right? He goes around like wandering and doing stuff until you, the player character, come back and like basically give him his memories again. But prior to that, it's like prior to you giving his memories back, he's just kind of walking around. He's minding his own business. He's not causing any harm. He's not causing any trouble. And to me, I feel as though erasing one's like memory of a matter, and to that extent, maybe like everyone else's memory, if you can do that, if it were multiple people were there in the scene of the crime, is, I think, probably the only way to kill yourself and then walk away from it. I think I believe that.
I find myself concurring with the description of that as a suicide as well.
Well, I
That's,
guess
I think,
now.
the extent to which I attach the identity thing to the memory thing, I guess, for me. Sorry, you were saying, X?
Well, no, it's an interesting example. I was not familiar with that one before. Sounds to me like we have, well, I don't want to say an easy way, but at least in principle, a way of just getting off the hook for like any debts one owes. Like, hey, if you've made sufficiently bad decisions, like here's a way to get yourself off the hook for all that. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
but is it? Like, hey, let's think about that for a second. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Did you?
Well, no,
were you
no,
gonna...
you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. I is that getting off the hook, or is that just actually an effective, I guess, solution to to crime? If it were like a real technology, like every time someone committed a major crime, we could just feed them like magic pills or something that like change their personality into a better personality, that like of a non-criminal. Like, is
This is
that letting
definitely
them
like
get off the
3
hook, or
sci-fi
is
plots
is
at
that
least.
just like actually like you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think like even if we change someone's personality, like let's say they stole a bunch of money, but we give them the magic pills or whatever so that they become a nice person, they would still owe restitution. Like they would be obligated to pay that back. At least that's what I would want to say.
I think legally, yeah, but
Well, not just legally,
I don't think
but I
there's
would
no...
like even
yeah.
morally though, right?
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm convinced.
So if I just, yeah, no, but then let's take this to this extreme natural conclusion where I can rob a bank, and then if I just like forget that I did it, I don't have to pay for it. Well, obviously, like, first of all, there must be some sort of entailment that the person who has forgotten that they've done that does not benefit from that in any way.
Yeah, like they might have to pay the robbed money back, but they don't have to like do jail time beyond that, because like they're not the same person who committed that crime, you know?
Well, okay,
That's
but
awesome,
if
though.
they
You
have
literally just
to,
wipe
if
yourself.
they're morally obligated to pay the money back, how does that just not by itself suggest that it's still the same entity? Because it's not like just some random
What?
person on the
No.
street is obligated to pay that money back. Like
What? No, it's because the money was rightfully belonged to the bank, and now the bank is like missing that money and needs to be returned, regardless of who
Well-
stole it.
Well, okay, yeah, it needs to be returned, but not just returned from any source, right? It needs to be returned from the person who took it.
Okay, but you don't have
Does
to be the same
does that
person for that.
person
Like
have it?
let's say that like let's say that okay, let's say that the guy like who like stole. Okay, let's say that Karis robbed the bank,
Yeah. Okay.
and then he like during his escape, he like did a chairman, and he like accidentally like lost the money. He like dropped it somewhere. And then I found it, and then now it becomes like my moral responsibility to give the money back to the bank or whoever he stole it from, even though I am obviously not the same person as Karis, because just because I happen to be the one in possession of the money.
Well, okay, I mean, I think I see the point that you're driving at, and I suppose it works easiest if we're thinking of money in terms of like dollars and cents, discrete objects. If we're thinking of them as just fungible numbers on a spreadsheet, I think it becomes a little trickier. But here's a way of getting around this particular difficulty, though. Like, supposing that the person is incapable of paying the money back directly, because like maybe they've already spent it, maybe they don't have any money. It still seems like they themselves would owe restitution in other ways if they're capable. Like maybe they're owed to, they have an obligation to volunteer at the bank, helping out to such an extent that it ends up, paying back, like being worth the same amount of money, just like whatever physical labor they put in. It seems like that would be an obligation that person would have, right? But like not anyone else. Or at least I would want to say.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I think honestly, let's say that I woke up one day having a totally different personality than the one that I used to, and different beliefs and character, and someone from my distant past, like 10 or 20 years ago, found me and said like, hey, like you were like that old person from before that I knew, right? Like I want you to compensate for something you did wrong back then, and I felt that I was truly a different person from who I was back then. I think that if the harm was like I feel like I can see it both ways. Like I feel like if they're like let's say it was like you hurt my feelings and you never apologized for it. I think I'd have like a moral obligation to at least apologize and um um sort of do something about the harm that past me caused. Maybe in large part because if current me doesn't do it, no one will, because past me doesn't exist anymore. And yet it seems like someone should do it. And at the same time, like like at the same time, if they try to hold me to something like more than that, I feel like I'd be kind of pissed. I'd be like, okay, but that wasn't really me. Like I've like grown from that, and so it doesn't seem right to punish me as if I haven't like grown as a person.
Mm-hmm. Karis, any thoughts on that?
Well, if the other person forgot too. if you did something bad and you hurt someone's feelings and then you both forget, that never mind. I take that back. That's a nonsensical question. I don't think that goes anywhere. But yeah, I think it's less like it's because of the identities, so much that it is more like it's a perceived good that I could do to apologize because this person thinks I did it, even if I didn't do it. It was my memory altered self that did it. I feel like I would still go and apologize only because I think the perceived good of that outweighs like my having to take the time to do it, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, sorry. Quick thing. Just yeah. I think for me, it's about perceived good. Like I would do what it took within reason to heal or to help that person because of the perceived good. But if they were like, I don't know, if they're like I feel like you should like go to jail for what you did, and I am like truly a different person than how I was back then I'd ask like, what is the value of that?
Mm-hmm. So it's almost like
I
the
also
view
feel sorry, yeah.
is maybe that it's not so much a form of like doing things like that and trying to set things right would not be so much restitution in the sense that we normally think of it. It would just be kind of more like altruism.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. That to me seems like a cost for the view, but I could be wrong. It could be maybe this is how we should think of it.
I feel like a proximity to like how much I'm responsible for things I do versus things people do. Because like if I messed up and I did something and I remember doing it, I will feel like okay, that takes more precedence and priority for some reason. This is just an intuition I have, and I will do that if a sibling or a parent or a related like a close friend of mine does something that is bad. I would also feel a closer proximity to fixing the issue or to rectifying it or to in however way making it right. But also, at the same time, I spent a lot of time worrying about other people's problems. And like, it's like, I wasn't the one that like, fucked up the housing market, but here I am thinking about it. And, like I didn't do that. And I didn't cause any of these problems. And I still feel like, because I am capable or whenever I'm capable and I have the, mental capacity to, I should dedicate some of my headspace to problems beyond myself. It's just that I tend to prioritize things that are closer proximity to me, and I suspect that is merely a practical reason that I do so. It's merely the case that it's just because it's easier for me to solve my problems than it is for me to solve someone else's problems. If it were easier for me to solve someone else's problems than my own, and it did not, those problems did not eventually, incur like a penalty on my ability to do anything. Like if I paid other people's debts off instead of my own, and eventually I would get jailed for that, then obviously I can't. I got to deal with my own stuff first. But otherwise, it feels merely just like a pragmatic proximity thing, like the case of identity. And really, all I'm doing is I'm just solving problems.
Hmm. So it sounds like maybe your view is kind of skeptical of agent-centered constraints, and you tend to think more in terms of the impersonal good. And like to the extent that we think in terms of like agent-centered constraints, maybe it's just a practical matter.
Yes, perhaps that might be it.
Because on a certain level, I'm sympathetic to that way of thinking, but like I can also identify with intuitions on the other side. Like one question we could ask ourselves is, okay, like, would you be willing to steal a certain amount of money, maybe like $100, in order to prevent 2 thefts of that same amount of money? And different people will answer this one different ways, but I'm not sure if I have any firm intuitions on that
would
question.
Would you steal $100 to stop 2 people from stealing $50?
Well, to stop
No,
2 people from
stealing
each stealing
$100.
$100. Yeah, I could have been
Yeah.
clearer about that.
From who? Depends. Who are we robbing? Who are we robbing today?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
No,
maybe I should have picked a different example.
Can you clarify the example a bit for me, actually?
Yeah. Well, actually, maybe here's a better example. I'll try not to get too graphic with it, but like, would you punch a random person in the face in order to prevent 2 random people from being punched in the face by someone else?
Would I do that, or is the question would I do it, or is it moral to do it?
Oh, well, I guess I was thinking of more of like, would it be moral to do that? But you could also, like, I'd be curious, like, if you have thoughts on what you, like, if these 2 diverge from each other, I think that's also kind of interesting.
Because I would do it if the person I'm punching knows that's the case and is understanding and is like, all right, I won't hold it against you. Then that's fair enough. Then I'll do it, right? But if they're like someone who's incredibly unreasonable and will threaten me, or I'll have to deal with the fallout of this, then no, I'm not.
I see.
Wait, is this not the trolley problem?
I wasn't thinking of it quite in those 2, because for this one, it's just a matter of like, okay, something bad is going to happen. Like either you can commit one act of a certain bad type, or like 2 other people will do a bad act of that same type. I mean, it's like the trolley problem that one of the options involves like more harm to third parties considered impersonally than another option. But there's also, I guess, a matter of sort of testing our intuitions about agent-centered constraints. Like those who believe strongly.
It is kind of like the Fat Man version, though, isn't it?
Oh, well, with the with the Fat Man version,
I hate the trolley problem. I hate it.
I guess if we wanted to transpose it to the trolley problem, I suppose it would be like, would you push one fat man onto the trolley tracks, or like have 2 people elsewhere like each push a fat man onto the trolley? Sorry, this is maybe getting
you
a bit.
wouldn't need to do that because the trolley would just run over like 5 people, right? Or 2 people if you want on the track.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, the more I think of this, the more I think maybe I should lay off on it here, because it's raising a lot of additional complications, as I think you all are pointing out. But I mean, I do think there are some interesting questions about like maximizing the impersonal good versus adopting sort of a more agent-centered view. And I don't know if I have a particular strong stance on that question.
For what it's worth, assuming that I could be assured of like a complete causal correlation, so there's no like possibility that like me punching the person doesn't prevent the other 2 other 2 people from being punched, like, nor is there the possibility that those other 2 punches can be prevented by any other means, then I think I would do it.
Okay, interesting. But anyway, all of that was just by way of kind of seeing what our intuitions are on this question of that came up for me, at least in light of what you were saying earlier, Karis, about how to you like paying back people for whatever past wrong things you might have done seems like ultimately more of a practical matter. Or maybe like you have intuitions that are more strongly in favor of like, oh yeah, like I ought to repay this person for like something wrong that I did. Maybe it's ultimately just because like you're in a better position to help people whom you know personally and whom you might have wronged. And I think that if that view really is true, then I guess it seems like it's a view according to which, you know, there are not so much agent-centered constraints. Like one agent-centered constraint might be like you have a stronger obligation to right wrongs that you've done as opposed to wrongs that strangers have done. And it sounds like your view is maybe a little more skeptical of that, and maybe thinks of like, oh, it's just a practical matter. That's the only reason we have intuitions of agent-centered elements of morality in this way. Maybe we ultimately, the obligation is just to maximize the impersonal good. And if we, you know, could, or actually, no, I guess I'm putting words in your mouth here. Maybe the good just sort of is maybe more impersonal, and just as a matter of our way of thinking about it, we just have to, you know, get on in the world in a practical way. And one feature of our situation, one feature of the human condition is that we're in a better position to help some people than others. And so maybe that's what our intuitions reflect.
Can I ask maybe a question that would really, I think maybe hammers on what I think, and maybe helps me see what you guys like, where we diverge. What would you do is the question I want to ask, but I don't know if it's the best question to ask. How would you feel? What is the moral significance of blah blah blah, of if you found out that you are the reincarnation of like a terrible person, like a terrible serial killer or like a dictator or whatever, and you were the reincarnation of this person in a way that's obviously like you're supposed to like conceive of that thread of identity going through.
That is a good question. Yeah, Tia, would you want to answer that one first?
That's my actual VTuber lore. No, like nothing. I don't know if I would do anything in particular other than just live my life as if I didn't have that knowledge.
Right? Does the thrust of what I'm like, maybe where I'm coming from, kind of make sense now? Maybe.
I think what gives the thought experiment its power is that reincarnation seems like such a radical change, like a change not just of psychological dispositions, but also of a change of body, a change perhaps in what world one is in, you know, what kind of species maybe even. And yeah, I think that does have some bearing on our intuitions about like maybe it's a firm enough break to where you should no longer feel guilty about the things that past entity, you know, your previous life self has done. Yeah, I don't know if I have any firm intuitions on that one. I think I am at least somewhat sympathetic to what you were saying, Tia, a moment ago about how maybe there's a sense in which it's, you know, far enough away, or it's like it was seems like a different person in an important enough sense to where like we should just live our lives as if we didn't have that knowledge. On the other hand, I think there's a part of me that wants to say that if I could really internalize it, like if I could sort of see in full vivid detail the things that I had done in that previous life, then I think there's a part of me that could feel guilty. So in the end, this is kind of an unsatisfying answer. I'm really not entirely sure where I would stand on that. But did I get your view wrong?
No, it's not that there's zero possibility of my feeling guilty. I just think I'd like to say that guilt would be irrational.
I see. Is that what you would also say, Karis?
Well, I'm sure it would affect me. Like, I'm sure if I found out I was actually like Hitler for real, then I'd be like, whoa, what? I would then think like every time some shit happened to me, I'd probably be able to like cope with it a little bit. I'd be like, well, I was Hitler, so I guess I deserve it. You know what I mean? Like you would feel like maybe it would help me cope a little bit. But beyond that, right? Like I would be doing what I'm doing right now. I'd be doing the same thing. I would be trying to do good. And perhaps all it would do is it would help me cope with the bullshit that happens. So I think maybe for practical purposes, we should all assume that we're reincarnations of terrible evil dictators who have been responsible for the extremely horrible loss of like human life in history. That way, when horrible stuff happens to you, you can go, well, I guess I deserved it.
I feel like I'd have a different reaction to that, in that I'd be like, no, it's not fair that I am the reincarnation of this person. Like, I didn't choose that. It's similar as if you have like I don't know, you're born to terrible parents, and then someone comes up to you saying, well, the sins of the father are the sins of the son, or whatever, and you're like, no, no, I didn't choose any of this. Like, I'm not at fault here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that thought of imagining ourselves as reincarnations of terrible dictators, and maybe that can help us cope with the guilt we might otherwise feel, or the maybe cope with hard things, I guess, that happen to us. In fact, I don't know if I can top that. I think that might be a nice ending note.
By the way, Paris, Ari
Yes.
says that the trolley video is is vaporware. Is your vaporware?
My vaporware.
Mm.
It'll come out eventually. It'll come out eventually, guys. We love the trolley problem. We love the trolley problem, don't we, guys?
I look forward to
love
seeing it.
philosophy. I don't.
So before we
Yes.
end off, I think there is one more thing that we should cover. Now, I do think that the discussion we've been having for a while has run its course, personally. But I just feel like there's one important thing that we haven't gotten to. And what I'm getting at is that I feel like Karis has asked a question of like why do we care about the definition of personal identity is in the first place, and Axe's answer to that was basically, well, I don't want to die, and I don't want to suffer, so I got to make sure that it's me, and like my answer to that was basically, well, I am justice, and justice is important, therefore I'm important, so I got to make sure that I exist, and but I don't. So we've heard from Axe on that, and I don't know that we've heard from Axe on his definition of what personal identity is. Now, I think we've heard from Karis. Like Karis is kind of just basically like, it's like subjective experience. Like I'm me. Like just like I'm just me. Like I don't know, like how else do I explain it? But yeah.
So thank you for that,
Do you
Tia.
want to talk about that?
Yeah, I realize this view is a bit passé now, or often considered a bit passé, but I'm actually fairly sympathetic to a Cartesian view, that what we ultimately are is a sort of Cartesian ego, an indivisible subject of experiences. Some people use the word soul for it, but if you don't like the word soul, could also use the word mind, or maybe like a Cartesian mind, in the sense that it's something immaterial, but also indivisible. And I think that it's the kind of view that helps us make the most sense of certain thought experiments in personal identity, like the fact that it seems possible in principle, maybe not physically possible, but we might say metaphysically possible, to wake up in a different body, like to wake up as a member of some alien species, but it still be you, like still you're the one experiencing it all. I think that it helps with addressing cases like that, and also doesn't seem quite as subject to worries about branching cases of fission or fusion. It kind of stipulates away like those cases sort of by default. And so I guess that's the view of personal identity I'm most sympathetic to. Not to say that it doesn't have problems, like how the mind interacts with the body, like if one of them is physical and the other is non-physical, like what is the nature of that interaction? Doesn't it seem like a view that is kind of spooky in some ways? Isn't it really mysterious how the mind and body are related? And so those are, I think, interesting puzzles that one could pursue further. But just in terms of a general answer to the question, I would say that's the view that I tend to be most sympathetic to.
And earlier, didn't you say that a part of your view is that, if I'm not misquoting you, that like, because who we are is our soul, or our consciousness, that means that when we have dreamless sleep, we like temporarily cease to exist?
That's right, yeah.
Karis, you look like you're thinking
Yeah,
about
that seems
something.
no, that seems right. That seems right to me. A little bit, a little bit.
Would it be interesting here if I offered a thought that might contradict that?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that I think like the complete opposite, like we're just our bodies, like Gretchen Virop style. Um, but while reading the dialogue, particularly I think during night three, when they started talking about like the experimental surgeries and stuff, due to my own medical history, I couldn't help but start thinking about like um, our cultural assumption that the mind is something that is like physically housed within the brain, because there is evidence out there that is emerging that I think would challenge that assumption. Um, like there is evidence that what we traditionally think of as the mind that exists, the mind which we traditionally think of as existing only in our brains is actually spread throughout our body via our nervous system and such as it's not clear that yeah, and I guess this also transfers over to various thought experiments that we have, such as like brain in a jar or brain in a vat or whatever we call it, um, where it's kind of just like assumed that we could remove a brain from like a person's body and isolate it and it would still function as if it was still in that person's body with like no difference, and like that's not clear. Like it is like I think that's been put into doubt, and now it seems also plausible that um like the mind and the brain cannot function like a brain outside of the body without at least it would just need all like the nerves and like the organs that come with it, and maybe this is getting away a bit from the question of personal um identity, but but like I feel like that kind of maybe raises an interesting question where um if for all intents and purposes the soul equals the mind and vice versa, but the mind is not just your brain, it's your whole body, then can you consider yourself to be just your soul if it cannot really exist outside of your body? Or I don't think I think I'm getting tired, and I don't know if I'm making perfect sense here.
Yes, I think you are. I think you're pointing to what I think is probably referred to commonly as embodied cognition, and I only know this because I have a friend who's really, 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 really into it, and will not shut up about it from philosophy. And I think that is one of the and from like having conversations with this friend, like um I don't know if I'm sympathetic to, but I can certainly see the power that the embodied the embodied cognition mind like thesis um poses the challenges it poses to other competing theories like a dualism that Axe might be more inclined to think about. And I myself am not an embodied cognition cognitivist because I have not digested the theory yet, not because I disagree with it, but because I don't get it yet. But I think when I do, I might have something to say about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose what I would be inclined to say is that the claim itself strikes me as pretty plausible, that yeah, maybe the substrate of the mind is not just the brain. Perhaps that's a bit of an old-fashioned view. Maybe it is more present throughout the body than we might have previously thought. I would say if somebody were putting that forth as a challenge to dualism, I guess I'm not sure I'd fully understand the challenge. Like, it seems to me that if dualists already think that the brain is sort of the material substrate of the mind, like, what would be the cost of just saying, oh, that material substrate of the mind, turns out it's a little more expansive than we previously thought. Turns out it's like the nervous system more generally, or maybe it's sort of the brain and like, various other aspects of the body working together. I'm not sure that would like make it any more difficult for them to account for the relation between the two, at least like in principle.
Yeah, it's possible that it's not a challenge at all, but like I was kind of thinking like Um, yeah, like I guess I can see what you're saying, but like, let me like, try to articulate what I was thinking, and like maybe once I'm finished, it will actually turn out not to make any sense, and we can just ignore it. But like, when it comes to the thought that we cease to exist when we have dreamless sleep, um, but even if you're not conscious when you're, wait, no, actually, you know what? Never mind.
Okay.
I do want to just quickly note that the embodied connection position, I believe, is one that's like there's no soul, and it's that we are your, like, whatever we refer to as the consciousness or the subjective experience or whatever is like a direct result of like your motor system, your perceptual system, etc., like very much it's embodied, right? It is
Uh,
embodied into you is like I think the position, and that's what makes it stand in contrast to the dualism. It's not like there's a soul. It's very body like limited.
Mhm.
Yeah, is the stance. But again, I don't know enough about it to argue for it.
honestly, if it makes you feel any better, I feel like I've been a little bit lost in the bombardment of academic terminology at different points throughout discussion. Like for instance, earlier Ax, um, you were saying something like, I don't remember. Perhaps you can jog my memory. Like something involving agents. Was
Oh,
it agents of change or
well, yeah, agent-centered constraints and morality, and the,
agents?
yeah,
I have no
agent-centered
idea what that means.
constraints. Oh,
I have no idea what that means. I
oh,
think I would
okay,
like for you to enlighten me at some point, whether now or in the future.
yeah. Well, I mean, I could say a little bit about it now. Just basically, it means that it's the idea that there are certain things that morality would prohibit you from doing, even if by doing so you sort of maximize the impersonal good, and that these prohibitions would be a matter of like, oh, you can't do that because it would be like you doing it. Like, for example, one agent-centered constraint that many people would accept is that it would be morally wrong to commit a murder, even if by doing so you prevented two further murders from being committed. At least if one is sympathetic to that picture of morality, then it seems like one holds an agent-centered constraint. Like the agent in this case being you can't do this, even though if we're just looking at it in terms of one murder versus two murders, it seems like the just one murder is kind of an impersonally better state of affairs. But still, it seems like, at least to many people, there's this moral obligation not to commit the murder, even if by doing so you prevent two. Now, as for why that part of the earlier conversation was difficult to follow, yeah, that was not at all your fault. I could have put the point much, much clearer. And that is one thing I'm kind of kicking myself for right now, is how unclear and muddled that presentation from me earlier was. So yeah, no worries about that.
No. Don't beat yourself up for being smart, please.
It's okay. None of it's real, anyways. We made it all up, so.
I mean, but also, I think for what it's worth, I think I do very much get the picture now, and I think that for what it's worth, my conception of justice is probably closer to the opposite of agent-centered constraints.
I see. Yeah. Well, and that's.
So you would pull the lever.
I mean, yeah.
No, the trolley is whispering to me again.
But yeah, maybe
It's
that's a
terrible.
topic we can explore more detail in future streams. I could see that. I would, of course, do some more thinking beforehand and about how to present it, and I think maybe a slightly better way than I did today. But I do enjoy thinking about that kind of thing, and I have no doubt that in our future collabs, questions related to these, whether it's questions of ethics or metaphysics and so on, will come up again in various new forms. So I look forward to those. Before we close out today, any final things that you wanted to say, Tia or Karis?
This was fun. I think it was interesting to see the differences between our point of views and to have us take turns articulating them. Yeah. I think it's I have fun talking about like our you know, responses to thought experiments. Like, what would you do if?
My closing thoughts are that I am me, and that's it. Those are my closing thoughts.
Beautiful closing thoughts from both of you. So thank you so much. Yeah, I've enjoyed this discussion too. And it makes me very happy that both of you are you.
Oh.
You don't know that though. I know.
Oh no.
Thank you, Ax. Thank you for the dialogue. I thought it was very appropriate. I thought it was an interesting discussion that came out, and I think it really helped us and the audience catch up to like where the discussion, like it was great doing the drama, because that put us all in the same like playing field, I guess, almost in a way.
Yeah.
Like
I
our
think I know what
starting
you're getting
point,
at.
yeah.
Wait, Ax, you like actually reminded me of a story that's not entirely related to identity, but it's related to like philosophy.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Just a few nights ago, I woke up like I've just been having this bout of chronic pain that's lasted like half a week now. So, a few nights ago, I woke up in the middle of the night, like having had a nightmare and in a complete fright. Like I felt I was so terrified, I didn't want to move or get out of bed. But I also knew that I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep in that state. And I was trying to think of a solution, because one of my instincts was to go fetch Leon for help, but that would require me to leave my bed, and I didn't want to do that. So I was trying to think of a solution that would satisfy all my requirements, and then I thought of you guys. You guys have seen the drawing I did of of the inspired by the Left 4 Dead 2 collab with
Oh,
Leon,
yes, yes.
right? With the three of you.
Hmm.
So I remembered having drawn that recently. So what I ended up doing was I had my phone beside me in bed, thankfully. So I pulled that up on my phone and I propped it up beside me near where I was sleeping, so that to me it felt like the three of you were in the room with me, and like maybe ideally like armed with guns, like ready to like fend off like any, you know, monsters that, you know, would be wanna like, you know, eat my babies. And once I did that,
You're
I think I
what?
like fell
Sorry.
asleep immediately.
I mean, yeah, that's great. Thank you, Tia.
I'm glad the image of us as badass zombie killers provided some comfort in that crucial moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to say, like, I think because, in part because I've been kind of out of commission lately, I do think, like, Axe deserves extra recognition, this collab for, like, stepping up and taking, like, a leadership role and yeah, kind of just, like, preparing almost everything. I think you did a great job, and it shows with how well this collab, turned out, in my opinion.
Oh, thanks. Well,
Look forward to the next one, folks.
that's right.
The next one will be on Tia Fair channel, well, once again.
So yes, that will be, I suppose, probably late next month. Any further announcements, final announcements from you, Karis or Tia, about any upcoming streams or anything else?
Nope.
Not really.
All right. Well, this has been Vlosophy, discussing personal identity and immortality. Thanks again, everybody, for discussing it with us and sharing your thoughts and listening along. We'll see you all again very soon. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
We might